keeps me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you not to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true.
Good morning, everybody. Give me just one quick second. I need to do something really quick. I'm sorry. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that. My hubs is home and he's got the nuggie and they're listening to music. And you know how the tubes be. If they can even barely pick it up, they're going to stop the stream only because you can't stream copyrighted music. You can use, you can use it, obvious copyrighted music. You won't obviously get um, ad revenue or whatever, but if you stream copyrighted music, they'll stop the stream. So, good morning, everybody. It's Friday. We've made it to the end of the first week in this trial. If you're just joining us or you have missed some days or missed some testimony, basically where we're at this point is there is a crime scene technician from the FBI on the stand. He was on the stand yesterday, and they're continuing today to present the photographs of Tanner Horner's living area where he lived on the property, on a piece of property with his grandmother, his mother, and his girlfriend. But the mother and the grandmother occupied the main house, and the girlfriend and Tanner occupied a shed, in behind the main house. And yesterday we learned that Athena's clothing was recovered amongst trash, not in a bag, just trash out in the yard behind the shed where Tanner Horner was living. They found her pants, her socks, and her underwear. We don't, as of yet, they haven't testified about her shirt. Tanner has told many different versions of how he left Athena's body, where he left Athena's body, but the truth is, she was nude. She was found nude, and in water in November in Texas. Because I mean, they found her on December 2nd. She was taken November 30th. They found her December 2nd, but she was, I mean, November and December of, is winter in Texas, and that water would have been cold, and that's how we left her. What else can I catch you guys up on? I think that's everything. They've already started testimony, where we stay a little bit behind so that we are able to skip through most of the lunch break. And I will tell you that I've already been watching the testimony today from the FBI agent who's on the stand currently. And I think there's already been a tremendous amount of sidebars. The fact of the matter is the evidence is getting heavier, and so there's more objections. And even though their client has pled guilty to capital crime and we have moved to the penalty phase, they're still going to object to certain evidence coming in. They objected in pretrial motions. They're going to object now. Mainly the objections that we can hear, because some of them they approach and then they're at sidebar, and of course it's muted so we can't hear that. But a lot of the objections have been not the evidence coming in altogether, but mainly who the evidence is coming in through. So that's been some of their objections. So we're going to start this morning with the agent back on the stand, and we're going to see photographs and stuff like that. I'm going with WFAA today, even though we don't have closed captions, because they have commentary sometimes during the breaks, not like they have them during like the morning recess, lunch break, etc. But they also have them when the sidebars go a long time, and they have a legal expert on the panel with them, and they have some interesting takes on why the defense is doing this or that, what it could mean, all the things. And because I am not an attorney, I can't provide commentary. I mean, I can provide what I think, but an actual legal expert is much more qualified to do that. So that's where we're going to start this morning. Thank you guys for being here. I have a feeling that where we're at in the testimony at this point, they have already, I'm going to tell you the evidence that they alluded to in the opening statements. Well, they didn't even allude to it. They spoke directly about it. The SD card from the surveillance inside of the vehicle, that kind of stuff. We're moving towards that evidence. And I think that Amber said it yesterday. I think that probably this afternoon is potentially when they would play that video and audio. And so I think today is going to be a very heavy day of testimony. So let's get started. Welcome in. Again, thank you guys for being here. If you feel like you're ready to do so, go ahead and thumbs up or thumbs down the stream, whichever you prefer, whichever you deem I have earned. And here we go.
Good morning, Special Agent Ross.
Good morning.
Going to kind of bring us back to kind of where we finished off yesterday. I believe you finished, you had just got done going over the evidence that was collected and seized at Tanner Horner's residence. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. At that point, we were on December 2nd of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to bring us ahead to December 5th of 2022. Did you and your team do any additional crime scene searches or evidence collection on that day?
Yes, we did. We were called back out to to Weiss County to assist with searching 2 FedEx vans that they had seized as part of the investigation.
And you say 2 FedEx vans. Why were there 2 vans?
One of them was the van that he was arrested in, that he had been driving after the abduction, and then the other van was believed to be the van that he abducted Athena in.
If in my question, if I refer to one van as the arrest van and one van as the abduction van, would that make sense to you for
Yes,
evidence
ma'am.
purposes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I believe that you guys did the arrest van first. Can you tell me what you and your team did with regards to the arrest van?
Sure. So from the information that we had, the arrest van was not, we didn't believe that it was part of the actual abduction and murder, so we didn't feel it needed a forensic search from the standpoint of hairs and fibers and DNA. So that van had some other items in it that we were interested in, one being the SD card to see the movements of the van and the cameras on the van. So we removed the SD card. And then we also, there was a package scanner in there that FedEx employees use for scanning packages as they deliver them or receive them. And we collected that as well.
And did you have a warrant to search this van?
We did, yes. We had a state warrant.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88 through 94. And do you recognize these?
I do, yes. These are, as I talked about with the residents before we do any search, we take entry photos, and it's no different for a vehicle or a van like this. We would take take entrance photos. We would take exterior entrance photos of the whole van around to include the license plate and the VIN.
And did you personally take these photos?
I did not.
And were you there when these photos were taken and present at the scene?
Yes, so as entry photos, as I explained yesterday, entry photos are taken in conjunction with an initial walkthrough with the team leader, which I was the team leader for this search, so I would have been standing right next to or behind the photographer.
So, and I know you've previously reviewed these photos, correct?
Correct.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the search that you guys did and the evidence that was collected?
They do.
And obviously, these are not the entire amount of photos that you
Correct.
guys took.
Correct.
This is a limited number.
Yes, this is just a select few.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 88 through 94.
No objections, sir.
State's Exhibits 88 through 94 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And may we publish?
Yes, ma'am.
We are showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 88. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
So this would have been one of the, what we call the entry photos for prior to searching the van. As with the residents, we would have wanted to capture some identifying information. Excuse me. with, that separates this van from any other van. So in this picture, you can see the license plate clearly displayed.
And the license plate, can you read that license plate number?
I can. G is in Golf, C is in Charlie, P is in Papa, 0468.
And is that license plate, I think we refer it usually to the last four, that 0468, is that associated with the arrest van?
Yes, it is.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 92? State's Exhibit 92, what are we looking at here?
So this would be the van's, I believe, surveillance system that kind of the, I'm not a computer person, but kind of the brains of the surveillance system.
And is this where an SD and a SIM card would be for that camera system?
Yes.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 93? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the SD card that was collected from that arrest van.
And if you zoom in a little bit, is there a specific number listed on that SD card?
There's the size, the 128 gigabyte, and there's also what appears to be their serial number, or I think we called it a serial number.
And I'm going to go ahead and show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 94. And what are we looking at here?
So this would be the back side, the opposite side of both of those objects. We always take a front and a back if it's a kind of a two-sided object.
And was this the SD card and SIM card that you collected? That you and your team, you and the seizing, correct?
Correct, yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 95. Have you seen this item before?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
So this is the SD card that's photographed. Just make sure. It's photographed in Exhibit 93.
Is there a license plate number listed on that item at any point?
No, there's not. Actually, up here in the corner. I'm sorry. Normally it's down there, but yes, it is up there in the upper right corner.
And what does that say?
It identifies it to that vehicle that we also have the photograph of, as well as the date.
And is that 0468?
It is, yes.
Hey, Dynamite, good to see you, babe. Dynamite says, I was just watching the clip with the photos from his house or shed. Ghastly. Absolutely. Considering that in his first encounter, or I should say interaction with law enforcement, he said that he was nervous about delivering that Walmart package to Athena's house because of the rundown condition of the property. And he lived in absolute squalor. So, yeah.
And can you publish State's Exhibit 93? Can you zoom in on that? Does that number on that SD card match the SD card that is in that piece of evidence?
Yes, it does.
And other than, actually, that's not, any additional marks on there, was it altered or modified in any way, to your knowledge?
No, it looks to be in the same description as the picture from that day.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers to admit State's Exhibit 95, the SD and SIM card.
So at this point, they have admitted the SD card from the arrest vehicle. Because remember, he was driving one vehicle when he kidnapped her, and then he was driving another vehicle when he was arrested. And somebody else was actually driving the FedEx vehicle that he abducted Athena in. And so now that they've admitted these, he's not the one who analyzed these. So there'll be another, I'm guessing, person to testify who actually played them. And I'm thinking that is likely going to be Ranger Espinosa.
There are no objections.
States 95 is admitted.
You may have taken a few more pictures and collected a few more items from that arrest van, but was that the main item that was collected from that 0468 arrest van?
Yes, like I said, the other one was the scanner, and that was the package scanner, and that was it.
You know, I like the way that the prosecution is presenting this, because what this is doing, they've already played all of the interviews at the police station with Tanner Horner, and they've also played the in-vehicle interviews as they were, or footage, I should say, as they were driving all over Hell's Half Acre, being misled by Tanner Horner about where Athena's body was. And some of this stuff, that especially the stuff that he testified to yesterday, okay, because they've moved forward in time. Now they're on December 5th, I think. That he they're speaking with him, and this is how and then at the same time as he was arrested, they made entry into into where he was living. So simultaneously. So as you know, he is in the interrogation room BSing the cops. The crime scene techs are out there photographing stuff, and they know that and they're communicating back and forth, and they know that he's a lying liar mouth. So they're basically presenting things in the order in which they happened.
Now, on December 5th, 2022, did you also look at again, we're going to call the abduction van?
We did, yes.
And what did you and your team do on that?
So that van was inside a sally port or a car garage area at the Wise County facility, and it was loaded with packages, and it was definitely the van that he was driving on the day of the abduction. So we wanted to process it for forensics, meaning hairs of fibers, blood, DNA, whether that's semen, vaginal fluids, saliva. So in order to do that, we would, as I talked about yesterday, we would go ahead and suit up in our Tyvek with our booties, take our entry photos, and start unloading the van so that we could get to the back of the van and do our forensic search.
And
Hey,
as a
hey, Chief, good to see you. I just wanted to say it's too soon for the word Sallyport to be used in a trial setting. So that gave me a little bit of a reaction.
team lead, were you there when the complete search was done and when these photos were taken?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 96 through 115. And have you seen these items before?
Yes, yeah, this is the van inside that garage as I talked about. And once again, they're the start of our entry photos.
And have you had the opportunity to review all those photos prior to coming in here?
I have, yes.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict the search and the evidence collected on December 5th of 2022 in the abduction van?
They do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 96 through 115.
Any objections?
State's Exhibits 96 through 115 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Have you published a State 7? What are we looking at here in States Exhibit 97?
So this would be one of the entry photos to start the search of the van. One of the initial photos that we would take with some, it was a little cramped in that garage, so I think the photographer, we talked about just starting at the best angle we could, and then we'd work our way around. So this is probably kind of the start of those photographs with some, looks like, identifying FedEx numbers.
And this is a garage. Is this at the Wise County Sheriff's Office, or where is this at?
It is, yes.
And is it a secured and locked location?
It is. And it's also important for it to be inside the garage for not only security and control, but as we do our search, we have to have a dark environment to do an alternate light source, which we did in this case, and so we have to be able to turn off the lights.
Okay. See States Exhibit 99. Showing you States Exhibit 99. What are we looking at here?
Like just identifying one of the cameras that's on the vehicle.
I mean, for the, he had this camera is not hidden. It's not secret. It's not like, it's some kind of, like nanny cam type of deal where it's, concealed inside of something. I mean, it's out here in plain sight. Thank God I wish he would never have done this, but we can't go back in time. We can't undo what's been done, but at least it was all documented. Piece of shit.
You published States Exhibit 102. If you zoom in, is there a license plate in this photo?
There is, yes.
And what is this license plate on this van?
It is N as in November, N as in November, R as in Romeo, 4995.
And is that license plate the license plate of the abduction van?
It is, yes.
Have you published States Exhibit 105? And what are we looking at here in this picture?
So this is the back of the van as we found it that day when we responded to process it. It was still loaded with packages that hadn't been delivered yet or had just been picked up.
Have you published States Exhibit 106? And what are we seeing in this photo?
So this is the same van, same back of the van after we've removed all of the packages that were back there.
And what did you do with the packages that were in this van?
We removed them out of the van and we put them in another container, and I can't remember if it was a van or a temporary storage area. Yeah.
I guess you don't know, but if they got picked up to be delivered to the rightful people?
Right, yes. Yeah, I think FedEx came and got them eventually.
Okay.
But, I wasn't in charge of that part once we
Okay.
unloaded them.
You published States Exhibit 108. And what do we see here in this photo?
So this looks like the front passenger side, and it's backpack and appears to be a hoodie.
Now, this backpack and hoodie, we're talking about the abduction van. Whose backpack and hoodie is that? Is that Tanner Horner's or someone else's?
Objection, leading.
Sustained, don't lead your witness.
Whose backpack is that?
It's unclear, but we did know that Tanner Horner was not driving the vehicle when it was seized at the time. So our assumption there was that it was the current driver's. I don't have his name, but not Tanner Horner's.
And can you zoom in on that? Can you zoom in a little bit? What are we seeing in the back of this photo here?
As far as personnel,
Yes.
yeah, so that's how we would dress when we do a forensic search. So we have our Tyvek on with the hoodie, and they have probably started processing, or at least getting ready to do the vacuuming.
So that is the white Tyvek suit that you talked to us about?
Yes.
Have you published State's Exhibit 109?
Yeah, not only imagine if your package was in there, but imagine you're the delivery driver of that truck. And, you know, they seize that truck. And of course, you can't take anything. Once the truck is seized, it's seized as is. So you're just trying to do your job, and here they come, you know? And then on top of it, you know, they have to document those packages. So like it probably took them a while to actually get those packages delivered. Like crimes like these, all crimes, but especially crimes like these have a ripple effect. They impact many people that were just going about their daily activity.
And what are we looking at in this picture? What angle is this coming from?
So this is coming from the cargo area, looking into the driver and the passenger area of the vehicle.
So if you were standing at that cargo door, that's what you would be staring at?
Correct, yes.
I'll show you what's...
So she brings that up because if you look here, well, in between these two doors, right? This is where Athena was. There was the camera is up here. I don't know if you can see it kind of at the top of the screen, and it faces towards this way. And Tanner was driving the vehicle, and then we could see Athena. So I'm glad that she showed that picture because that was Athena's last view.
Or published...
One of them, anyway.
10. And what are we looking at here?
So this would be the same, the brains of that surveillance system that's on the FedEx van.
Is this the same camera system that was on the arrest van that we've already talked about?
It's very similar. I don't know if it's the exact same model, but yeah, it's. I think this one had a little bit different camera setup, but it's the same type of system.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 111? And what are we looking at here?
So that would be the SD card that was in the system itself from the other picture.
The front portion of that SD card?
Correct, yes.
And I'm going to show 112. And what are we looking at here?
The back side of the SD card, and the white thing is the SIM card, but the SD card is the black one that we took the front and back photos of.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Berry, if you can go ahead and put it on. Yeah, thank you. I already have it. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 116. And do you recognize this item?
There it is. Yeah, the SIM card is, I know it's in here. There it is, yes. Yeah. It is in here, but there are also some thumb drives, but the SD card is in here.
And I'm gonna have you read the front of the package first. What is the license plate number on this package?
It is November Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is associated with the abduction van?
Yes, it is.
And is that where that SD and SIM card were seized?
Correct,
on
yes.
December 5th of 22.
Yes,
And I believe you're looking at the SD card in there.
I am.
Can you see that?
It's very small, but yes, I can see it.
And we can open it if you need to, but if you can see those numbers, do the numbers match the photographs that were taken on?
Yes, they do.
And you were there and present when this item was collected?
Yes,
And when this item was collected, you were here handed it to Wise County Sheriff's Office for storage?
yes. After we collected it, it was handed over to Wise County.
Okay. And the USB drives were added when Ranger Espinoza went and got the full video put in place?
Yes, they could be derivative evidence of the SD card.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 116.
No additional objections.
Those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 116 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. In finalizing this search on the abduction van on December 5th of 2022, was there any additional evidence that you guys collected at that time?
For the abduction van, we did take some forensic vacuuming samples. So when we do that, we have a vacuum that has a clean filter on it, and we vacuum in quadrants. And so we'll vacuum like the driver's side, and then we'll get a new filter, change gloves, go over to the passenger side, take vacuums, and then we'll vacuum the back cargo area as well. And then after doing that, we would do fingerprinting. So we would look for latent prints around the vehicle. If we see any obvious ones, we can take photographs. Otherwise, then we start dusting. And I believe we did dust the frame area that looks into the driver and passenger side from the cargo area. So we lifted some prints there, and then there was a couple of areas where we took some swabs as well. So we do swabs for DNA, and we can do whether it's touch DNA or whether it's actual bodily fluids. It's the same swab that we would use to collect that.
And to your knowledge, was there any real evidentiary value of any of those items?
On that day, I don't believe so. Not that I'm aware of.
Right.
Yeah.
I kind of move you ahead. So after December 5th of 2022, was your FBI ERT team asked to do anything additional with regards to this investigation for Athena Strand?
Yes, we were asked to come back out and reprocess the abduction van.
And do you recall when that was?
That was on January 6, 2023.
And why were you asked to come back out?
So when we processed the van the first time, we have forensic flashlights that emit a blue light at a wavelength of 455 nanometers, and so that's a good enough wavelength to process a scene for bodily fluids, or you can see cleaning supplies with that. But sometimes, if things have been cleaned up well, that the strength of the flashlight isn't quite strong enough. So we have another system that we have back at the office that, in discussion with our FBI lab folks, thought that might be a better option for us to process there. So we decided to, in coordination with Wise County and at their request, come back out and reprocess the vehicle with a stronger, basically a stronger flashlight, forensic flashlight.
And at that time, were you aware that Tanner Horner attempted to clean up that abduction van?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
So as part of the discussions for redoing or reprocessing the van, Wise County mentioned that, when we did it on December 5th, there was still a lot of information from the interviews, and the autopsy hadn't been processed yet. So as those items came in, it allowed us to have more information to reprocess the van.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 117 through 139. And have you been able to review all of these prior to coming in today?
I have.
And do you recognize what these are?
Yes,
And what are
this is the entry photos and item photos for that search on January 6th. Along with the sketch, photo of the sketch and the items seized.
And were you present when these photos and this search were conducted on that day?
I was.
All right, you guys are going to want to pay attention to this part in particular. They're about to show some photographs, and as he mentioned, they had new information from other investigations going on, so including the autopsy. So pay attention to this part, and then we'll talk about it.
And do these fairly and accurately depict what you saw during that search and the evidence collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 117 through 139.
Judge, we have no objections to the majority of the photos. However, we do have objections to 126, 127, and 128. For 126, the proper foundation has not been laid, and the officer has not testified to any personal knowledge of that document, and I apologize, it's 126, not 128. As for 127 and 128, these fall under a police report. And
I'm sorry?
These are part of a police report,
Okay.
therefore they're hearsay with no exception.
Let me see, 126, 127, 128.
And Your Honor, they are just the diagram of where the actual 10 swabs were taken and the
Objection,
swab.
Your Honor.
Objection, oh, sorry. That was an objection.
I'm going to hold in abeyance 126. Your objections to 127, 128 are sustained. And I'm going to hold 126
Thank you, Judge.
at this time.
Have you published States Exhibit?
And all the
oh,
other, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Ms. Dewell,
another
states
alternate.
117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, and then 129 through 139 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to publish States Exhibit 118. And, what are we looking at here in this photo?
So this is the, what we're calling the abduction van, again, with the back cargo area still cleared out as it was when we left it from December 5th.
I'm going to have Mr. Berry zoom in a little bit on that.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick?
Yes.
All right, I'm not 100% sure what this specific approach was about, but the judge doesn't want speaking objections, obviously. So I don't know if they need to put something else on the record. I don't exactly know what they're doing, but what I will say is that it's hard to know from this angle what exactly he is reading or looking at, but he's reading and looking at something. And I noticed, rather I should say, is when they do show the defendant, hold on, I notice he doesn't take notes like the other defendants I've watched. Not that I've noticed anyway. I'm gonna
Okay, we are still looking at what has been admitted as States Exhibit 118. And this license plate, can you read that off?
Yes, November, Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is with the abduction ban?
It is, yes.
Okay. Gonna publish States Exhibit 122. And what are we looking at here?
So these are tie-down straps that we found in the back of the van, and they were laid like this for purposes of photograph.
And why were you looking at these tie-down straps?
After discussions with Wise County and some of the investigators, it was determined that
Objection here, sir.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
States Exhibit 123. What are we looking at here?
I don't know why it did that.
so these are green.
States Exhibit 120.
I don't know why it.
States Exhibit.
Objection here, sir.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
I don't know why the sound is so.
States
struggling.
Exhibit 123. What are we looking at here?
So these are green bungee cords that were found in the van.
And did you have any additional information that would make you want to look for any of these types of items?
Yeah, as we started processing this van, we were told.
Objection here, sir.
Officer, don't testify as to what other people told you. The objection sustained.
Now, what's not being allowed to come out we have to think about the time period here and what's occurred in the investigation thus far. They have gone back to research and document and collect items from the back of this van, right? The autopsy has taken place. There's a reason there's a reason those tie downs were photographed. There's a reason that these bungee cords were photographed and collected. And I'm going to say it's because that there's evidence that he bound Athena at some point. So that's, again, going back to his interviews, interrogation, whatever you want to call them. But bottom line is, we talked about yesterday that he omitted many details, left them out, and wouldn't discuss them or divulge them. So there's that. I am going to switch over to Court TV just because their sound and their stream seems to be more stable, even though we're all streaming from the same place. And we're going to rehear this evidence again. Give me just 1 second. All right. And I'm going to switch the stream. I really wanted to play, but it's not cooperating. So, all right, here we go.
Here in this photo.
So this is the what we're calling the abduction van, again, with the back cargo area still cleared out as it was when we left it from December 5th.
I'm going to have Mr. Berry zoom in a little bit on that.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick?
Yes.
Okay, we are still looking at what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 118. And this license plate, can you read that off?
Yes, November, Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is with the abduction van?
It is, yes.
Okay. Published State's Exhibit 122. And what are we looking at here?
So these are tie-down straps that we found in the back of the van, and they were laid like this for purposes of photograph.
And why were you looking at these tie-down straps?
After discussions with Wise County and some of the investigators, it was determined that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
You can read one around. State's Exhibit 123.
Okay, so what
What are we
she
looking
said
at here?
there, hold on a second.
so these are green bungee cords that were found.
So what she said there was, we can move on, Your Honor. All right, so now let's start again.
And what are we looking at here?
So these are green bungee cords that were found in the van.
And did you have any additional information that would make you want to look for any of these types of items?
Yeah, as we started processing this van, we were told.
Objection, hearsay.
Officer, don't testify as to what other people told you. Objection sustained.
And did you process these green bungees and collect these?
Yes, we did.
Show you what states, or actually, just want to hold on that, Mr. Berry. Your Honor, may I approach witness?
Yes.
So from all of that, I think we can ascertain that there's much more to this
Evidence got mixed up.
abduction, murder than Tanner Horner, much to, despite what the defense would have the jury believe, he left quite a bit out. He's an absolute monster, Chief. And again, I cannot reiterate this enough. I am so glad that the prosecutor is doing it this way. I am so glad that the prosecutor is going through and laying out all of the evidence that they had against him other than just his own words.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 142. And do you recognize this item?
I do, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
So it has item number 2, which matches our labeling nomenclature as well as all the other items on the bag. The description is listed as green cords with the number 3 beside that. So.
And other than any lab processing, has it been altered in any way, to your knowledge?
No.
And were you present when this item was seized, and were you considered the seizing agent?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers in evidence State's Exhibit 142.
May we approach?
If I'm not mistaken, this is the one that's the long approach. But I think it is, like I said on our last little break, that I think it's more than evident that far more occurred in the back of that FedEx truck than Tanner Horner wants people to believe, including who did what, because I don't believe there's any zero. I mean, not a real actual alter personality. Let's see how far behind we are. All right, we might, let's go forward just so we can get to the actual testimony. This one's a long one. Hold on a minute.
May continue.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he has pled guilty, and it is what it
Jewel,
is.
you may
At this
con-
point,
you
they
may
still
continue.
have to object.
Thank you, Judge. I believe I just offered to admit State's Exhibit 142.
Any objections other than those previously mentioned to me, Mr. Goble?
There you go.
All right, States 142 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Published State's Exhibit 124. And what are we looking at here?
So these are what we call black bungee cords or black, yeah. So they're black bungees. They were found in the back cargo area of the van.
And were these items collected and placed in evidence?
They were, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I believe you have the item in front of you, what has been marked as State's Exhibit 141.
I'll say this, Hannah, while I'm not 100% enthusiastic about all the everybody's mic etiquette in this trial, it's the sound and the visuals are far better than in Georgia versus Suzanne Miracle. So I'm not gonna I ain't gonna get mad. It's a little annoying, but I can't get mad.
Yes,
And can you, have you seen that item before?
I have, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's our labeling nomenclature with the case, the FBI case number, the date, the VIN, a description that says bungee cord, one bungee cord in piece, and then and location was storage area and truck. It has a collector initial for Angela Klein, and then my initial as well as an assistant collector / witness.
And other than being open for any type of processing, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
Nope, just the Wise County Sheriff's label and a couple markings from the lab.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 141.
Any objections other than those previously mentioned to me?
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Okay, states, those are overruled, and states 141 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. You could publish 129. Special Agent Ross, what are we looking at in this photo?
So this is our alternate light source that we use for conducting forensic, kind of a forensic light test of the back of the van. It uses a wavelength of light, and we wear orange goggles to look through, and it can illuminate stains that were left behind by bodily fluids such as semen or intestinal fluids, urine, other things. It's a stronger power than the flashlights.
So this is the stronger one of the flashlights you were speaking to us earlier about?
Correct, yes. And in this photograph, you can't photograph it with a naked eye or a naked camera. You have to have filters and everything. So we leave it in place when we're taking the photograph to show kind of where the stain was.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 130. And what are we looking at here?
This photograph is the same setup where we're trying to show where the stain is using that alternate light source. This is, I believe, the step going into the cargo van, and this is the swab technique that we use to take a swab for DNA.
And the light source, is that what is, I guess, shining on this
Illuminating.
object?
Yes.
And I believe a minute ago you talked about a special camera to take this photo.
So yeah, it's the same camera, it just has a special filter on it. The same where we wear orange goggles or orange glasses, you can put that same filter on the camera lens.
And were you present when these DNA swabs were taken?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You have in front of you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 140.
Yes,
Do you recognize this item?
I do.
And what is it?
So this is a box containing 10 swabs. So this is our standard nomenclature. It's the date, the case number, the vehicle identification number. So it would have been 3678, the abduction van. So it's, like I said, 10 swabs from cargo hold. Once again, it was the collector of Katie Tibbett and the assistant collector of Angela Klein. Both of their initials, and then they would all have been contained into this one box or one bag.
And I know we only showed this one photo, but we admitted into evidence photos that match each one of those swabs.
Yes, yeah. After I reviewed the photos, they match the swab locations.
And other than any processing, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
I don't believe so. Yeah, other than the additional Wise County label and a couple of lab notes.
At this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 140.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Okay, those objections are overruled. State's Exhibit 140 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Also, just to refresh anybody's recollection from yesterday, this witness in particular was objected to during a pretrial motion that deals with expert witnesses, and specifically, the defense was objecting to to several FBI agents being called and being allowed to testify because they wanted the personnel files of these FBI agents. Specifically, they wanted to see if they'd ever had any, I guess, reports of not following procedure, their credibility essentially being called into question through their, while they're employed with the FBI. But the problem there is, according to the defense attorney, is that they are employed by the federal government, and the federal government is under no, they don't have to respond to a subpoena at the state level. So that was their big, huge objection. And I don't think that's all the objections. I do think that part of the reason that they have been approaching today and making other objections have to do with not the evidence itself, but I think it's more that the evidence itself coming in through this witness.
After the search on January 6th, did you with the FBI or ERT team, did you do any additional searches at that time, or did that conclude?
After this search of the van and the swabs and the items collected on January 6th, I myself and the blue team, who I'm the TL for, did not do any more searches.
Thank you. And pass it to Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Agent Dross.
Good morning.
A couple of quick questions. Actually, can I approach?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand what's in marked defense exhibits 6 through 10.
Steve?
I believe you had a chance to look at those before the court.
I did, yes, sir.
Can you identify those for me, please?
So these were photographs taken on December 2nd when we did the search of Tanner Horner's shed and the associated residence. These pictures appear to be pictures of the main residence for that address.
And they are true and accurate representations of what you observed that night?
Yes, these would have been entry photos that we would take before or as we're entering the house before we've done any kind of searching.
Your Honor, I move to have exhibits 6 through 10, defense exhibits admitted.
Passing, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, defense exhibits 6 through 10 are admitted.
Your Honor, I move to publish these to the jury.
Yes.
May I do it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Anybody else? Just to clarify, those are pictures of Jackie Harbison's residence.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the main house of the residence.
Do you know her relationship to Mr. Horner?
I do not.
Hey, Nicole, good to see you. Good to see you too, Amber, when you catch up to this. It's good to see all of you guys. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it so much. I think this is going to be a rough day, you guys. I'm not going to lie. As far as testimony goes. What are we doing? Are you going to publish these today, bro, or what's up? What are we waiting for? Where's Scott from Utah at the Corey Richins trial? We need a Scott. Whenever this kind of stuff happens, I always think about the people in court who handle, like, displaying evidence and how well, or in this situation, not well they do, and I miss the people who do well. I have no idea what we're waiting on here. Like, absolutely none. We're all just sitting here, just kicking it. I don't want to skip forward too much because I like to be able to get through our break.
Thank you, Ross. You testified earlier about using brown butcher paper.
I did, yes.
Can you tell me again why that's important when handling evidence?
So when we remove evidence from its found location, sometimes due to environmental conditions or lighting or something like that, we have to move it to an area that would be better suited to take those photographs and also the scale photographs. So in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence, we place it on a clean sheet of butcher paper. We put down one butcher paper to protect us from the ground, and then so that one would be clean. We put down another sheet for each item so that that sheet could then be wrapped up and put in with the item. Sometimes, we have to move it inside if it's raining, or inside of an area that hasn't maybe been associated with that item.
And you'll actually send the butcher paper with the item?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why a sock would have a whole big bag, because we had a big wad of paper in with it to preserve that item.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you remember or not, but on a couple of your photographs of the FedEx van, in addition to having the big FedEx logo, I believe specifically states Exhibit 97 and 100 on the side there, it has a designation that it's a big top spin vehicle.
A big what? Sorry.
Big top spin, the company's name. I believe it says Contractor Services Program.
Okay, I do not recall that in the photo.
Okay. Now, when you showed using a light to show organic fluid, that light doesn't tell you what kind of organic fluid it is, does it?
It does not. That's why we take the swabs.
Now, as to those items seized, those were not collected by you.
Which items specifically? Sir?
We've got items 1 through 8. It looks like those were by Tippett and observed by Klein.
Which day were you talking about for the van?
This would be the January date. January 6th.
Okay. And are you referring to the swabs specifically, or?
Yes.
I don't have the item numbers in front of me, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't know?
I'm sorry, what was your question again?
This who collected them?
So the swabs were collected by Tippett and Klein.
Okay. And then the other 3 items collected by Klein with you as the observer?
Correct, yes.
And these items were turned over to at least Amy with the Wise County Sheriff's Office?
Correct, yes.
And after that, you wouldn't know what happened?
No, once we turn it over, it's within her chain of custody.
I'll pass it, Mr. Chairman.
Regret.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Special Agent.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For purposes of the record, the defense exhibit to State's Exhibit 126 is sustained. I need a break. Give me about 15 minutes and we'll start up at 10:20. Okay?
All right. Thank you, camera person, for showing us this sign. Not really sure why that sign is being shown, but what is happening here? Good Lord. Hold on a minute. What happened? Wonder why. Huh. It certainly feels like more than 15 minutes, but let's see, when did this start? $55? Maybe not. No, because there's, yeah. Well, it is now. We're at more than 15 minutes. Sorry, y'all. I like to know all the things, like even the tedious details. Yeah, there is an objection to one of the exhibits that the state wanted to put on, and I believe it's 126. I don't know what that was, but their objection is sustained. Now, I don't know what their objection was. So, or yeah, is it possible that it could come in still, but just through another witness? I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. But that's where we're at. And I have some concerns because at this point, we're only 30 minutes behind and we need far more than that. So might have to provide some more commentary. Let me just, all right, here we go.
Ms. Amy, would you state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
First name's Elise, A-L-I-S-E. My last name is Amy, A-M-E-Y.
And Ms. Amy, let me ask you a couple of questions. Back in November of 2022, where were you employed?
Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And back in November of 2022, what were you doing for the Wise County Sheriff's Office?
I was a crime scene investigator.
Now let me back you up just a little bit. In order to be a crime scene investigator, do you have to be a certified and licensed peace officer?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's give just a little bit of your education in order for you to be a licensed peace officer, and then we'll talk about your CSI stuff.
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Yeah, just tell the jury a little bit about where you went and got licensed to be a peace officer, and then we'll talk about your CSI stuff.
So I went to Vernon College in Wichita Falls and got my basic peace officer's license. And then I went through FTO training at the Sheriff's Office. And then once I got done with my FTO training, I spent probably 8 months total in patrol. And then I went and applied for the crime scene investigator sergeant's position, where I was granted that sergeant's position. And then through there, I became a advanced latent fingerprint investigator, and also a forensic investigator as well.
All right. So let's talk about CSI. When did you get promoted to CSI sergeant?
About 8 months after being on patrol.
Okay. And did you have to have any particular additional training and other things to be a CSI sergeant?
I did go through I went through the FTO program that they had at the Sheriff's Office, and then prior to becoming a full-time CSI investigator, I actually did it part-time as well.
Okay. And during that time being a CSI investigator, were you under the supervision of other CSI investigators during that time?
Yes, sir.
And who was your primary supervising investigator during that time?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Sorry, say that again?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Okay.
So
Spell
it's
that last name for the court for me.
Y-A-R-O.
first name Brett with 2 T's.
That's correct.
Is he also a sheriff's deputy at the West County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And had he been there quite a bit longer than you?
Yes, sir.
And how long had he been in CSI when you made CSI sergeant?
For an extended amount of time.
I'm going to need every single one of y'all to get out of my head because I was saving this for a break. But yes, Neat and Dynamite both. She does sound like Agent Clarice Starling. Hello, Clarice.
A lot longer than you.
Yes, sir.
So, with regard to being in CSI, they don't just turn you loose just to do CSI stuff when you walk in the door, do they?
No, sir.
And during the time that you're in CSI, you said you went through an FTO program.
Yes, sir.
And does that stand for Field Training Officer?
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of like what you do when you're being a deputy and on patrol? Do you do a similar course of training?
Yes, sir. It's like a probationary period.
And so with regard to CSI and the Deputy Yarrow being your primary, was he your primary supervisor through all of that FTO training?
No.
Okay, who else did you have?
Each month I had a different phase that I went into whenever I was on patrol. So I would have one sergeant from one shift, and then we had 4 shifts in our patrol. And so each phase I went through different shifts, and a different sergeant would be my field training officer.
So with each of those, you would have to get checked off by each one of them.
Yes.
Is that same process is what happens when you get promoted to CSI sergeant with regard to CSI Deputy Yarrow?
Yes.
Okay. And so with regard to CSI, were you allowed to simply just walk into CSI and start doing all this stuff?
No.
And in fact, when you're doing CSI work up until the time that you were allowed to be out on your own, are you supervised by somebody during that time?
Yes, depending on the offense, yes.
And so when we talk about CSI, are we talking about evidence collection, documentation, things of that nature?
Yes.
Are we talking about taking photographs?
Yes.
Okay. All the things that we might consider crime scene related, that's what CSI does.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we move to November of 2022, you said you had been in the position of CSI sergeant. How long in November of 2022?
About that time, I was about 6 months into being a crime scene investigator.
All right. And during that time, and at the end of November 2022, were you called to participate in the search for Athena Strand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you where were you first dispatched to participate in the search for Athena Strand?
The father's house.
And where is that?
In Paradise, Cottondale area.
Okay. Is it a rural area?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when you went out there and you were tasked at that residence?
Yes, sir. I was tasked that morning. That morning we had a briefing and with all of our investigators of what we were going to be doing that day.
All right, I'm going to clarify that. Do you remember which day that was?
Thursday the 1st.
Okay. So on that first part of this, on that Thursday, what were you tasked with doing on that Thursday?
So I was basically, my primary location was to be at the house at the residence. A bunch of our investigators separated with civilian search teams at that time. And if they found something that they needed to be documented or found like it was important, I would go and document it at that time.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, when you got to the Strand home, what do you do like when you first get there?
When I first got there, I got orders for what they wanted me to do. And then whenever everybody kind of broke off, I started documenting where I was and started my kind of initial investigation.
Okay. And as part of that investigation, did you take any photos?
Yes, sir. I initially took a video and then followed it up with photographs.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as states number 10. Okay. Is this one of your photos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this has already been admitted through Athena Strand. Is that at the location we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you took a multitude of photos of that location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, did you take pictures of this abandoned structure that we saw here?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take pictures of the Strand home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take pictures of all the surrounding stuff around it?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a little bit, at that time, that's what you were tasked with,
Yes.
okay? On December 1st, 2022. Were you tasked to do anything else on December 1st, 2022? We're good, Mr. King, thank you. Here.
I had to Google because I'd been referring to her as Elizabeth Strand because that's her government name. But I guess she goes by Ashley. And I wanted to make sure that I did not misspeak and misinform y'all and tell y'all the wrong name. But I did not. Okay, I feel better now. Let's go.
Just to, if somebody found anything, just to kind of document it, follow any kind of leads that what we thought could potentially be her and lead us into a direction.
So at this point in time, as we've seen in the scene, was there a lot of searching going on at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Were there a lot of assets deployed, including law enforcement and civilians that were out searching for Athena in that general area?
Yes.
So were you tasked to do anything as part of that searching during that time?
Yes. So, like I said, I took the video of everything, and then the FBI showed up that day, and they took their pictures, and we walked around the initial residence that you see in the front yard, and then we did our investigation into the back and also the shed.
And at some point, were there items that may have come up during the search that you needed to take pictures of or document?
Yes.
And what kind of, just give a short example, what kind of things did you go take pictures of?
A set of keys. I think we found boots, socks, things of that nature.
So these are things that out in the search area
They were very spread out.
that people had located
Yes, sir.
that thought might relate to this investigation.
Yes, sir.
And then you went out and took pictures of it.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, was that the total of what you did on December 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's move to December 2nd. What are you doing on December 2nd in the first part of that day?
We meet at the father's residence again, and that's whenever everybody got together and we had a meeting of law enforcement searches.
Okay. And so would I be correct when you said searches that law enforcement's continuing to search? Is that right?
Yes, no civilians at that time.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that Athena Strand's body had been located?
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon, at any point, actually.
Oh, just in the evening time. Yes.
So, did you also become aware that FedEx vehicle had also been acquired by law enforcement?
Yes.
And I just want to get this right on the time periods. Did you participate in the actual search of the van that Tanner Horner was arrested in?
I assisted the FBI.
Okay. And when you say assisted, were you actually actively participating in the actual collection of evidence and that kind of thing, or were you doing something else?
No, so they had distinguished people who took pictures and collected evidence, and then I received the evidence.
Okay. And so let me get this right in time. You said that they found her body in the evening. When was the search of the arrest van performed? Was it before or after they found her body?
Before.
So let's talk about the search of the arrest van. Okay. And when I say arrest van, you know what I mean by that, right?
Yes, sir.
This is the van that Tanner Horner was arrested in on December 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I'll refer to the other vehicle as the abduction vehicle. Okay?
Okay.
So on December 2nd, where is the location of the arrest van?
It is brought to the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Where you work?
Yes, sir.
And were you tasked, like you said before, to assist the FBI?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me just get a picture of this in my head. Does the FBI, do they bring all their own stuff, or do you have to provide things for them?
They bring their own stuff.
And is this what we commonly see with the FBI and their moon suits and things like that?
Yes.
And so with regard to the FBI, are you watching them, what they're doing in searching this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so are you actually out there on scene when they're searching it?
Yes.
And during that time, and we'll talk to the FBI about that. So it sounds like you're just kind of standing there waiting, is that right?
Correct.
And at some point, what is your actual participation with regard to the search of the arrest van?
After they got done searching the arrest van, they took their pictures, they collected the evidence, and then they turned the evidence over to me.
All right. And when you say turn it over to you, is that like a physical turnover? They hand it to you?
Yes.
And then once they hand it to you, you can see we have some evidence out here. They hand you the evidence, and you've got it. What do you do with it at that point?
I walk into our CSI lab and put it in our lockers.
Okay. So from that point, your job, and I'm not trying to minimize your job as a CSI here, was to just physically carry the evidence from point A to point B.
Correct.
And did you open any of the evidence?
No.
Did you handle any of the evidence, take it out of any of the bags or anything else?
No.
So as the FBI left it with you, you placed it in your locker.
Yes, sir.
And did you have any other contact with regard to the search of the arrest van evidence from 12/2 of 22? Did you have any other contact with the evidence?
No.
Now, also, you mentioned that you were there at the recovery of Athena Strand's body. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, it seems to me that somebody who had, I would say, fairly limited 6 months CSI experience.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel is testifying.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
How long had you been in CSI when you attended the body recovery of Athena Strand?
6 months.
Okay. And at that time, where was your field training officer, or let me just ask you, where was CSI Sergeant Yarl?
He was out. He was out.
Okay. Did he have COVID?
Yes.
Objection, leaving.
Overruled. She's answering.
And at this point, you get tasked to do body recovery. So let me just ask you, is it just you, CSI Amy, out there recovering this body, or are there other people?
No, so there was other people.
Okay. And who were those other people?
3 other FBI agents.
Okay. And was it just those 3 FBI agents, or were there other people on scene as well?
There was law enforcement up on the bridge and in the road, everybody who had been there with the search, and then there was 2 investigators, 2 FBI special agents taking pictures, and then there was the 3 FBI agents, and including myself in the body.
And when you say, and I'm not going to go in depth into the body recovery, this is where is this where we physically remove her body from the water?
Yes, sir.
And is there a process by which we take to remove her body from the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't need every detail, but just give us the short version of what it takes to recover a body from the water.
So how we walked the scene. We got a good idea of where we needed to go, and because of the grass being grass and dirt and a mixture of certain things, the FBI did what they are trained to do, and I did. So I worked the top. So I worked the ledge where we placed her. We laid out a bag, and then we laid out a sheet. So once they removed her from the water and I laid her on the sheet, then that is where we documented any kind of physical evidence.
So with regard to removing her body from the water, who performed that physical task?
The 2 FBI agents in the water.
And then you said once they get her out of the water, you prepared an area? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. So I prepared an area because it was dirt and gravel and rocks. So I prepared an area to where as soon as she came out, any kind of evidence would be preserved on the sheet.
And at that time, are there people taking all of this happening?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you taking any pictures of all of this happening?
No.
And so why do we prepare the scene with the sheet and other things? Why do that?
I was taught that you never know, so it's evidence preservation. It's the way we collect evidence, and at the time, bodies are it's a piece of evidence.
And so at this time, does that occur? Does the FBI remove the body and then place it on your area where you have it set up?
Yes.
And at this particular time, you said there's a sheet.
Yes.
Okay. And what else is around the sheet or covering? Is there anything else around besides the sheet?
Just the body bag.
Okay. And so with regard to that, the FBI then removes Athena from the water. Role at that point with regard to Athena's body.
I asked the FBI to document Athena the way that I am trained, because that is how I do ours. We talked it out. They took the pictures. We scaled everything. I bagged her hands for any kind of evidence preservation and signed it, and then put her in the bag, and we carried her upstairs.
So let me ask you, said something about bagging her hands. I'm going to ask some questions about that. What does that mean when you bag someone's hands?
So we have brown bags. When you collect evidence, we put them in brown bags. Anytime there's a body involved, any type of DNA or anything that could be possibly on the hands, you put them in brown bags and then you tape them, and then that's kind of like you sealing your evidence for preservation. So that's what that means.
Now, if you know, do you know where the Athena's body ended up from where you took it to where it ended up? Do you know where it ended up?
Medical examiner's office.
Okay. And when you have a body bag like that, is there a process by which you go about securing the body bag such that it's not tampered with or opened or anything else?
Yes. So the last pictures of any crime scene, I asked the feds to take the last picture as well. Once a body is placed in a bag, we zip it up, and then we have body bag tags that follow that body. And so at our last pictures that we took were of the tag front and back.
And you said pictures we took, not any pictures that you took. So
That's correct.
So we're on that scene. Do you do that? Do you tag the hands? Do you or bag the hands? Do you then seal up the body bag at that time?
Yes.
And at that point, and I'm just asking you physically, how does Athena's body in the bag go from where you have it on the creek side, if you will? How does it get to its next location?
The four of us carried her up to the van.
So when you say the four of you, I'm just going to clarify here. That's you and who else? 3
FBI agents.
And then she went into some form of vehicle?
Yes. The funeral home.
All right. And from that point in time, did you have any more contact with her body or anything to do with that?
No.
So at that point, are you done with your role in the processing of Athena's body?
Yes.
And did you do all of the tagging and things with regard to her hands and the bag like you just talked about?
Yes.
So at that point, we now have had a search of an arrest van on earlier in the day. We've now recovered Athena's body. What is the next step you took in your role as CSI in this case?
So following that, I was contacted by an investigator to process Mr. Horner.
Okay. And so with regard to processing of Mr. Horner, is that processing of his physical self?
Yes.
And where was that conducted?
At the Wise County Jail.
All right. And was that just you in the Wise County Jail? Was there anybody else there?
Sergeant Oliver was there.
You say Sergeant Oliver. Who's Sergeant Oliver?
He was a CID investigator.
And was he also participating in this case with Ranger Espinosa?
Yes.
And so who all else is there to process Tanner Horner?
Just the two of us.
Okay. And when you say process Tanner Horner, what types of things generally did you do to process his person?
So I would take pictures, all four sides, and then document any injuries he may have on his body.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And was Sergeant Oliver there the entire time as well?
Yes.
Was that the extent of your role in the processing of Tanner Horner?
Yes.
And when was that done? Tell me that again.
That was done just after we recovered Athena.
Okay, so in the evening of the second.
Yes.
All right, so now we've gotten to the evening of the second. Do you do anything else on the second?
No.
Right. When is your next time to participate in any capacity in your employment as a CSI in this case?
May I look at my reports real quick?
Sure.
So it would have been 12/5.
So body recovery on 12/2, and then 12/5 is the next time you participate in this case in any capacity.
Yes.
And what was that?
That is the day that we processed both FedEx trucks.
Okay. Now you've already testified that the FBI has already looked at the arrest vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, had anybody looked at the abduction vehicle at that time?
No.
So you said that on 12/5, do we have both vehicles we're looking at that day?
May I look at my report right quick?
Sure.
So we just did the van number 1, which you're calling the abduction van.
Okay. And I was going to ask you that if you had a particular deal for it. So in your report, that's referred to as van number 1.
That's correct.
So this abduction vehicle, AKA van number 1, who is participating in the processing of that vehicle?
The FBI ERT and myself.
Okay. And let me just ask you, was this the same process that y'all took when you did the search of the arrest van? I'm assuming that'd be van number 2?
That's correct.
Is it the same process you testified that happened in the search of the first van?
Yes.
So, did you participate in any of the evidence collection or anything else, or was that the FBI?
That was the FBI.
Okay. So anything with regard to collection of evidence, we would need to ask the FBI.
Yes.
And your role, was it again what you testified before, essentially as a carrier of evidence from point A to point B?
Yes.
And any evidence that was collected in the van number 1, the abduction vehicle, did you do the same thing with it?
Yes.
And all of that evidence, did you open any of it or mess with any of it at that time?
No.
No. So at that point in time, so what do you do next? That's 12/5. What happens next?
So on 12/15, I was contacted by our property manager, Paige Dobines, to meet her in her property room.
Sorry, Judge, that was me.
Let me ask you, with regard to what you did on the 15th, who all was there on the 15th?
It was the victim's mother, or the mother's attorney, myself, and Sergeant Paige Dobines.
And so, let me show you, Judge Mann.
Yes.
Let me show you what I've marked. States 154. Reading this. States 154, 155, 156, 157, and 158. Will you take a second and look at those and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes,
Okay. And who took those pictures?
I did.
And was that on the 15th, like you just talked about?
Yes,
And those pictures depict exactly what you saw on that particular day?
yes.
Okay. Judge Wood submit states 154 to 158. My numbers are correct.
No objection.
State's exhibits 154 through 158 are admitted.
And let me ask you, this particular time when they arrive, just give us a general description of what they brought you and what was in the box.
So when I arrived into our conference room at the sheriff's office, I was met with them, and there was a Walmart package on the table.
Okay, cool. And can we? Oh, actually, no. Pause right here. This particular box that we see in this exhibit that we already have up here, states number 10. Is that the same box that you have in those pictures in front of you?
Yes,
And so that box, I guess, went from that scene to you at this point on the 15th.
yes,
Did the box appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you saw it here?
yes.
And let me ask you, there we go. Is that your picture as well in states number 9?
Yes,
Okay. And then, so when that gets there, is your only role with that box just to take some pictures of it?
and to collect it as evidence.
And when you say collected as evidence, what does that mean?
So I document the box, I document what's in the package, and then I package the box up into a Wise County Sheriff's Office bags and seal it.
And so is this your picture as well in states 155?
Yes,
And is this what's in the box?
yes.
And Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, everybody who's just joined us. It's maybe not chatting, but watching. I appreciate
Let me
it.
show you what's been marked states 159.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of questions about it before we get into it. When you take in evidence and you document evidence, do you put a tag on it?
Yes.
Okay. And that tag, is that your tag that's on that?
Yes.
And also, is that some of your writing also on that box?
This is Sergeant Yarl's writing.
Okay, but you collected it,
That's correct.
okay? And did you physically put it in that bag?
No.
Okay, were you with Sergeant Yarrow when he put it in the bag?
I was off that day.
Hey, preschool granny,
So
good to
say
see you,
collected
babe.
it. What do you mean you collected it?
So as soon as I collected the evidence, I took it to locker number 1 in Page's property room.
Okay. When you say Page's property room, is that our evidence?
Yes.
So you took it physically
Yes.
and you took it to property?
Yes.
And it was later actually placed in a bag like this?
Yes.
By who?
By Sergeant Brett Yarl.
So the item that's in that, do you know what's in that bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the item you collected?
Yes, sir.
Judge would offer states 159.
Your Honor, I object as, may we approach?
No, I don't.
Okay. Your Honor, she didn't collect it. We don't have a chain of custody on this. She admitted that she didn't put it in the bag. So how does she know what is in the bag is what was taken to the locker?
Right. Your objection at this point is to stay.
So the next, that
Crafting and True Crime Jacqueline says, I do actually think it wasn't necessary to ask all those questions about her body and how it was processed, or is it just me? Um, Typically in a penalty phase, this probably wouldn't be talked about in a penalty phase. It would have been talked about during the trial. But under these circumstances, I think the prosecutor has elected to basically put on all of the evidence, or the majority of the evidence that he had intended to present at trial. And I think that the reason he is doing that is, first and foremost, the defendant pleading guilty, and then we skip directly to a penalty phase. The primary job of the state during the penalty phase is to present aggravating factors, which go to why the defendant should receive the death penalty. Whereas the defense, their job is to present mitigating factors, therefore wanting the jury to reject the death penalty in favor of life without the possibility of parole. But I think that the prosecution was of the opinion, which I happen to agree with, that Athena's story needs to be told, all of it. And part of that story is not just what happened to her on November 30th, but what happened to her all the way through, including her autopsy and including how she was processed. I think I agree that I can understand your opinion that where you say it seems they are dragging it on a little much. He's guilty and there's less invasive type evidence, in my opinion. But this would have been presented at trial. And so, I think one of the reasons that Tanner Horner decided to plead guilty so very last minute, I mean, we're talking about the morning of trial. The jury had already been selected and seated back in February of 2026, and they'd been waiting to hear the case. But one of the biggest blows to the defense's case, they had wanted his interrogation videos suppressed, claiming that he didn't understand his rights. He didn't know that he had the right to talk to an attorney. And also there was one time when he was speaking as the alter ego Zero, as Tanner, and said something to the effect of, Zero thinks we need an attorney. Well, that doesn't get it. That's not how you ask for an attorney. If you want if you want to speak to an attorney, if you want to use that right, you need to say, you know what, I'd like to speak to an attorney before answering any more questions. I'd like to stop and speak to an attorney. So he didn't do that. And so therefore the judge ruled that no, those interrogation videos are coming in. I think the second reason that he did it is because he didn't want this type of evidence coming in. He didn't want the family and the public to know all at the same time, right, what happened in the back of that FedEx van. He didn't want them to know that because there's been a gag order on this case. I don't know what, if anything, the family would have been told about the crime. So they're more than likely hearing a lot of this for the first time. They probably knew some of it, but they're probably hearing the majority of it for the first time. And I think he very much didn't want anybody to hear that. And I don't think he wants people to know exactly what kind of monster he is. I think that his plea of guilty was not an effort to spare anybody but himself. It was not an act, in my opinion, of taking accountability. It was an act of cowardice. And so, as difficult as this type of testimony is, in my opinion, Athena endured it. So I'm going to listen to it. And I appreciate the prosecutor taking their time to show all of this. You know, this package that is on display right now, this was a Christmas present that her stepmother ordered her. I very much think that this package was likely something that was likely used to sort of lure Athena not into the van, but towards the defendant, Tanner Horner. And I think that he didn't intend to leave it there, because we have found out through testimony that while the package was left there, it was left in front of the abandoned mobile home that was on the property, but it was not logged in to the scanning service to denote that it had been delivered. So Athena's stepmother, who had tracking on the package, didn't even get notified that it was delivered. Neither did the company that that was a contractor of FedEx. So all these little details are really important, and I think that for me personally, and I understand everybody's and respect everybody's opinion, but I like, maybe it's too far, or maybe it's too much, but for me personally, I want to hear it. I want to know that, and I think it's important to the prosecution that the public know that they had a mountain of evidence aside from his confession.
That's on the 15th, correct?
Yes.
And
By the way, his confession was full of outright lies and lies of omission.
with regard, what did you do next with regard to this case involving Athena Strand?
And Your Honor, you would also object to having State's Exhibit 158 displayed without the witness testifying to it?
158 has been admitted into evidence.
Exactly, Your Honor, but we would object to them leaving it up on the screen while the witness is not testifying to it.
Oh, that's overruled. Go ahead.
What did you do next? We said you collected the box that you just talked about with the Barbies in it. What did you do next?
So the next day was January 6th. That is when the FBI ERT team met me back at the Wise County Sheriff's Office jail, where the van 1 was, and that's where we called it DNA Day. Is when we searched the van for DNA using an alternative light source.
And so again, kind of the same questions I've asked you before. When the FBI shows up, do you get to participate with the FBI when they're doing their business?
No.
And so with regard to anything they did, we would need to ask the FBI.
Yes.
And then are you, similarly, what I asked you before, the carrier of evidence from point A to point B?
Yes.
And so any evidence they collected on that day on January 6th of 2023, I didn't ask you, is that January 6th of 2023?
Yes.
And any evidence they collected, did you open any of it or tamper with it or do anything with it?
No.
Just simply carried it and put it in locket?
Yes.
Do you have any more contact with that evidence from the time at which you carried it and put it in locket?
No.
All right. What do you do next?
The next day is 110. We were advised to take the floor out of van number 1. There were some markings on the victim's face, so that were consistent with the patterns on the floor of the FedEx van.
Well, now you didn't conduct any investigation into any marks on the victim or anything like
No.
that, did you?
No.
You were instructed to go and simply take the floor panels out.
Yes.
And was that just you?
Yes, sir.
Who else was with you?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
And so, what did y'all have to do to remove the floor panels from the view?
May I go to my report?
Yeah. Well, let me just ask you. I'm going to speed this up a little bit here. When you remove them, does that include unscrewing them from the floor?
Yes.
And does that remove, actually physically?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained, no lead your witness.
What do you have to do to remove these panels from the vehicle?
We have to unbolt them from the chassis of the truck and then remove them one by one.
And when that's done, what do you do with them?
We bagged them in brown paper since they were so big and they were in 5 or 6 different pieces. We'd have to bag them separately, and then we tagged them with our initials.
And is that you and CSI Sergeant Yarrow?
Yes.
Get all that done, do you then tag those and place them in evidence?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, still leading.
Don't lead your witness.
Once they're all collected and put in the brown paper, what do you do with them?
I take them to locker number 1.
And any other contact with those items?
No.
Now, did you then go back out and take a look at the arrest vehicle in January of 23, at the end of January?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do on late January of 2023?
We were looking for a piece of paper or a sticker, decal of some sort that was placed over the video camera.
Okay. And who were you with?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
And were you able to locate any evidence?
Yes, we located a number of FedEx tags. We found out that they were actually FedEx
Objection,
tags.
Your Honor. That's
sorry.
based on hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
We found out that they were FedEx tags, and we collected an abundance of amount of FedEx tags from the FedEx van.
When you say FedEx tags, what are we talking about? Can you describe what a FedEx tag is for the jury?
So it's a small tag that has general information. May I refer to the pictures on the box?
Just give us a general description, then we'll talk.
They have names, sometimes tracking numbers or a barcode, some sort of identifying marker on it.
And these particular tags, are they as big as a sheet of notebook paper?
No.
Are they small?
Yes.
And these were things you were looking for in the vehicle?
Yes.
How many do you think you collected?
There were quite a few.
What did you do with them when you collected them?
We bagged them, we taped the bag, and we put them into our evidence locker.
With regard to those stickers, do you have any other contact with those once that's done?
No.
All right. What next? What happens next? In your role as a CSI in this case?
That is it for me. That was it for me.
Let me ask you, did you participate in removing the black boxes from these vehicles?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
In the month of January, shortly after removing the floors.
And was it you who removed the black box or someone else?
No, someone else.
Who was that person, if you remember?
He was a trooper, Patrick. That's his first name.
So how does this come about that these black boxes are removed by the trooper? How does that happen?
We were just advised to meet him out there that he had to pull some information off of the vans, and that there's a black box located in each FedEx van that could have vital information on it.
Did you actually do anything that day or just be present?
No, I was just present.
Now, we've gone through several things so far. Did you do anything else with regard to this case after after you observed the trooper pull in the black boxes?
No.
That was at the end of February of 23, is that right?
I'm not really for sure. It was around the January, February, yes.
So at that point in time, are you still employed as a CSI sergeant at that time?
Yes,
And between the rest of that time, and I guess I ask you, I don't see you in uniform. You're no longer employed by the Wise County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And so when was your last day at the Sheriff's Office?
In October of 23.
Okay. So how many months is that after you were done participating in this case?
7, 8.
7 to 8 months after this. Let me just ask you, were you fired from the SO, the
No.
Sheriff's Office?
No, sir.
Did you resign?
Yes,
What is your status with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement?
I am no longer a basic peace officer.
Okay. And when you resigned from that, what was your designation when you resigned? Honorable or dishonorable?
Honorable.
Now, I'm going to ask you about this because I'm sure the defense will in a minute. At some point after this, did you have a little bump in your CSI career?
Yes,
And let's talk about that. Were you participating in an investigation into another murder committed in Wise County
yes,
when this incident occurred?
yes,
And was that also another murder that was charged as a capital murder?
yes.
When did that murder occur, if you remember?
In June 2023.
So how many months after you were participating in this case here?
A year and some days.
You said how many?
Oh, I'm sorry, it was in 22. It was, I don't know, I'm not counting.
Several months.
Several months.
And so what we're talking about here, and I'm just going to get into it here with you, was there an incident involving photographs that were taken in that investigation?
Yes,
And is that incident related to who took those photographs?
yes,
And as far as your being, were you disciplined with regard to these photographs?
yes.
So let's talk about that. What was the standing order when you went out on that scene with regard to who was supposed to be taking photographs?
I had an intern with me, and the intern was not supposed to take pictures.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you allow the intern to take pictures?
Yes,
Okay. And do you know how many pictures it was?
a handful.
And at that time, was that the standing order by the patrol captain at that time?
Yes,
So you didn't do what the patrol captain told you to do.
that's correct.
That's not good, is it?
No,
Now, the problem came up, you were asked later on if you had let that particular intern take those handful of photos. Is that correct?
yes.
And what'd you tell them?
Told him no.
Okay, that's not true.
It's correct.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just go out on a limb here. Yes, this is absolutely in the presence of the jury. Dynamite. I'm going to go ahead and venture a guess and say that she's on the Brady list, which is a list of law enforcement who has whose credibility and truth telling and job performance is at issue. And they have to disclose this. And this is the type of evidence that they wanted to see if any of the FBI had.
And that caused you some problems at the sheriff's office, didn't it?
Yes,
Are you proud of that you said something that wasn't true?
no,
But you did. Did you eventually tell your superiors that what you told them wasn't true at that time?
yes,
And at that point in time, once you told them that it wasn't true, you no longer get to be a CSI.
it's correct.
You weren't fired.
No,
What was your duties after that?
I moved back down to patrol.
And did that until you resigned in October of 23.
Yes.
Now, that incident happened after the one we're talking about here, correct?
Yes.
And other than that incident, do you have any other issues with regard to you not being accurate and truthful with your superiors?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you have any other incidents where you were not truthful with regard to your superiors?
No.
House witness.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, may we approach?
I mean, it does not, it's, look, oops. Where is it? It does show her, it shows their character. You're absolutely right. This is not a good look. This would be an example of actual committing of perjury. When you get up on that stand and you're sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The fact of the matter is, if you get up there and you're asked, did you take the photographs? And you say yes, knowing that you did not, that is perjury. Perjury is one of those things, you know, to the best of the witness's ability. There's like ways to get out of perjury. This ain't it. Okay. This is an open and shut case of perjury for sure. And it's not a good look. And Crafting and True Crime Jacqueline says it's not a good look, but she admitted guilt, so it changes nothing to me. It's better for it to have come out on direct than on cross. But also this, all she did was, okay, she was in charge of taking a few photographs, bagging some hands, okay? And she was not in charge, and physically taking custody of evidence that was collected by the FBI and storing it and logging it into the evidence locker. She was not in charge of processing anything. She didn't analyze anything. So if you're going to have to put on a witness that's on the Brady list, you'd want to have a witness that barely did anything in this case. You know what I mean? This is probably the best case scenario. And Amber, you're correct. Attacking the investigation doesn't make Tanner's crime less heinous. It doesn't even call into question his guilt. Even if he hadn't pled guilty, this wouldn't call his question into guilt. So, yeah.
Miss Amy, how you doing?
Good.
I want to ask you a little bit
There, there was another situation in Texas like this as well. Where a witness was on the Brady list. It was in the honor trial killings, where the father killed his daughters in the back of his taxi cab in Grapevine, Texas. And the witness that was on the Brady list in that case was the pathologist who performed the autopsies, and her Brady violation was she got in trouble at work for using PTO time, and she didn't have PTO time to take, but she yeah. So a Brady list is law enforcement or personnel that are employed by the state. For example, police officers, crime scene investigators, the pathologist, these are state employees who have been reprimanded in some capacity on the job for doing something on the job that violates, like for the forensic pathologist, she took PTO time that she didn't actually have, and said that if I can't remember if it was PTO time or she didn't have PTO time left. And instead of saying that she was home with her sick kid, I think she said she was doing something work related. It was a time card issue. Okay. But by and large, they have an issue with lying. Their credibility is at question. They have done something on the job that is dishonest, or they have violated protocol and or procedure in some way. And those have to be, those are lists that must be furnished by the state to the defense. So that is what a Brady list is. It's more than not doing your job to your best ability. You've actually gotten a reprimand, a consequence at work for, like in this example, she was not to let the intern take photographs. And not only did she let the intern take photographs, which was in direct violation of a standing order that her commanding officer had given her. Okay, her supervisor, her boss had given her. And then when it got to trial, she got up on the stand and testified and lied about it. So it's those types of issues. It has to do with violating procedure, but also honesty, dishonesty. That's what it has to do with. Yeah, it's bad.
About your job as an evidence tech. So your job when you were with the Wise County Sheriff's Department was to collect evidence at scenes?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was to photograph evidence at scenes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that when you have a criminal offense, especially something like a capital murder, that collecting evidence is a must?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you go out and collect evidence, a lot of what you collect would be the physical evidence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's important to collect all the physical evidence. You agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Because physical evidence are objects that might establish that a crime had been committed.
Yes, ma'am.
Could provide a link between the crime and the victim.
Yes, ma'am.
And it can also provide a link between the evidence and the suspect, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But would you agree with me that it could also exclude suspects?
Sure.
So when we're collecting evidence in a case,
Yes, Attorney Anderson, evidence can be inculpatory, but it can also be exculpatory. I don't know why you're chastising this witness. I'm not 100% in love with your tone. However, I understand the necessity for you to ask these questions, but could you do it with a less stank tone in your voice, please?
priority is to do it.
Sure.
So when we're collecting evidence in a case, the priority is to do it properly.
Yes, ma'am.
And special care needs to be taken when collecting all evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, with the capital murder case, we have to be, take it up that extra notch. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Because someone's life is on the line in that case. So we want to make sure that everything is done correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so to answer Pretty Eye asks, so because she lied, Can they get everything she collected, photographed, and tagged thrown out? If the state had not disclosed that to the defense, and the fact that it happened after this case, and because primarily her job consisted of taking evidence that the FBI had photographed, bagged, tagged, collected, marked, and then sealed. And she mainly was the conduit between that evidence and the storage locker where they were. No, because they disclosed this, they were able, that this is why it was able to still it could still come in. And there is nothing that, unless they bring it up, but I would imagine if the defense had something that called into question what she actually collected in this case, was at all in question, and it's in the way that she did it. If there was, they would, they'd have to disclose that to the state as well. And I think the state would have gotten ahead of it. But I don't think that that's the case here. I think everything is fine. And also, here's the other thing. We're in the penalty phase of this trial. So he's admitted guilt. The evidence is no longer really in question at this point. Had it gone to trial, it might have been a bigger issue. But I have to say this. I am not an attorney. So there's that. And also 99 problems, but crime ain't one. Glad you're here. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, that chat over there be getting way out of hand sometimes. They just let any old person chat.
When you collect evidence, at the time that you collect the evidence, you don't know whether there's going to be a guilty or a not guilty plea, do you?
No, ma'am.
Because at the time you collect the evidence, 9 times out of 10, the case hadn't even been filed yet.
That's correct.
So, would you agree with the proposition that you should treat every case when you go out into the field to collect evidence as if that case were going to go to trial?
Yes.
And so, when you go out to collect evidence, it's important to do it properly because you don't want any contamination.
That's correct.
And explain to the jury what contamination is.
So anytime if I am collecting something from a crime scene, I need to have proper gloves on, you have to dress properly. If I need to wear booties in this crime scene, they go over your shoes, then I have to wear that. Anything that I can bring outside in or inside out.
Why is that important?
Cross-contamination can ruin evidence.
And cross-contamination can happen in a variety of ways. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That if you're not wearing proper gloves, that if you were to pick up something and hand it to someone else, your DNA could be on that item.
Yes.
And so when it gets placed into evidence, not only has that piece of evidence been contaminated, you could have destroyed any other evidence that may have been on there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when I picked up my glass and talked about leaving my DNA on that glass, is that what we're talking about when we're talking about contact DNA or trace evidence or something like that?
Yes.
And every time someone handles a piece of evidence, it's possible that new physical evidence could be deposited onto it, right?
It's possible.
And that's why we wear gloves.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why we wear the booties.
Yes, ma'am.
And why we wear the protective gear. And why when collecting evidence or viewing evidence or doing anything like that, it's important to have a clean area to place that evidence on.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you have that clean area to place evidence on, not only do you want the table clean, but you want to put butcher paper down or some sort of protective barrier there, right?
It's possible. Yes, ma'am.
And so,
Look, I don't know where she's going with this, but it's a big, fat, huge waste of time, because at no point in this case, which is the case that's relevant, was she ever unsupervised when she did anything. There were always a bunch of people around her. Would I say that, you can trust law enforcement? I mean, there are situations, Massachusetts, we're out here looking at you, where not, if you have some crooked cops and they're the ones doing the supervising, Proctor, that does nothing to mitigate the situation. But in this case, we're talking about the freaking FBI here. All right. So I don't know where she's going with this. I'm already rolling my eyes in the back of my head. I'm annoyed.
sometimes that when evidence is being handled, a tech may inadvertently contaminate a piece of evidence. Do you agree with that?
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and not doing it on purpose. Yeah, accidents happen. But that's why why it's so important to have that protective gear. Because if you don't have the gloves on, you might have the contamination by touch DNA. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't have a mask on, you could sneeze, you could drip sweat, you could have any sort of respiratory fluids that come out, may contribute to additional DNA on an item.
Yes, ma'am.
And the tools that you use, each of those tools, proper procedure would tell you that you don't use the same tool twice.
Correct.
Or you don't use the same tool twice without disinfecting it and cleaning it properly between each use.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you going to arrive at the point sometime today, counselor? Are you going to suggest that the defendant's DNA got underneath the victim Athena Strand's fingernails because of this lady right here? Is that what you're going to tell us? Man. Okay.
Let's talk about the package.
Yeah, let's talk about it. 99 problems, but crime ain't one. No. Yes and no. Okay. Can he appeal the conviction? There are ways in which he can still appeal the conviction. Will they be successful? Probably not. But depending on what the verdict is respective to his punishment, i.e. the death penalty, if the jury finds that he gets the death penalty, can he appeal the sentencing? Yes, he can. Because during death penalty cases, the appeals are automatic. Even if he would not likely have, for appealing the conviction, he would not have direct appeals, meaning he would not be able to say that some portion of the trial, which didn't occur, right, was an error occurred, or there was proof of actual innocence that was ignored. He would not have the ability to directly appeal his case. There are some avenues for the conviction under which he would still have appeals that are indirect. For example, ineffective assistance of counsel. Let me make sure that's right. I'm pretty sure that ineffective assistance of counsel is not a direct appeal, but let me verify that. But as far as his sentencing, if the jury decides that he receives the death penalty, he absolutely has appeals available to him, and they are automatic. And he will appeal. And I think one of the appeals that he is going to make is his diagnosis of being autistic. He was diagnosed as a child with an old diagnosis. They call it something else now, but back then they called it Asperger's, which is high functioning autism. And while there are no precedence for somebody with autism having been executed and their appeal going to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court making a ruling that executing somebody with Asperger's or who is on the spectrum, there's no precedent for that, where their death sentence was overturned and commuted to life. Like I said, we don't have a precedent for that, but that is going to be an appeal. But let me go and check on this ineffective assistance of counsel. I'm pretty sure that's not a direct appeal. Sorry.
Of evidence. Evidence has to be packaged in such a way after it's collected that basically just to prevent any contamination or destruction of the evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because, well, let me back up, because contamination, again, could affect the outcome of the case.
Yes, ma'am.
And it doesn't take a lot to contaminate or cross-contaminate an item of evidence, does it?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that when you put when you put evidence into a package, you also have to make sure that that evidence bag is not contaminated?
I don't know what her point is here, but I want to tell you guys, okay, an ineffective assistance of counsel is usually not raised on direct appeal because it requires developing facts outside the original trial record. Instead, ineffective assistance of counsel claims are typically brought through collateral attacks such as state post-conviction proceedings or habeas corpus petitions, which allow for evidentiary hearings. Limitation on direct appeal. Appellate courts can only review the existing record. If the attorney's mistakes are not documented within that record, the appellate court cannot review them. An AIC claim can only be raised on direct appeal if it is based solely on the existing trial record or if a motion for a new trial was probably filed to create a record. All right, so there we go. I just wanted to make sure. I don't want to tell you guys wrong.
That's correct.
And a way to do that is to make sure that, again, everybody wears gloves, personal protective gear. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With regards to packaging evidence.
Oh my God, what are you doing? Are you interviewing her for a job? Are you going to get to the point today? Amber says, with all the nitpicking, I don't see how he could get ineffective assistance. She fights so much that it becomes obnoxious. Ineffective assistance of counsel appeals are very, very difficult appeals to mount and are very rarely successful. The bar for them is very, very high. And basically, it has to be so... the error has to be so egregious that we talked about it yesterday and I can't remember the specific language, but no reasonable attorney would ever do such a thing. So it's, one of those type of things. Yeah, this would be a better round of questioning if we were talking about her having bagged the hands using Stop and Shop bags, or collecting evidence in a red Solo cup that you obtained from across the street from the crime scene. Like, get out of here, lady. What are you doing? This is ridiculous. Sorry, I'm very yelly. Let me settle down. This is annoying.
To avoid contamination, isn't it important that it should be sealed as soon as possible?
Yes, ma'am.
And preferably to seal that evidence at the scene.
It just depends on evidence collection and where it's coming from.
But the main thing is you got to get it sealed quickly because you don't want any opportunity for evidence to become contaminated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about storing evidence. After evidence is collected, it's important to make sure that it's also stored properly. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And part of that proper storage is that items shouldn't be Well, let me back up to packaging. If you have several items, you put all those items in a separate package, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That you don't want to put a suspect's shoe in the same place with a victim's pair of pants, right?
That's correct.
You don't want to put more than one item in a bag because that too can cause contamination.
That's correct.
All right, so when we store the evidence, we want to make sure it's stored in a secure place, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we also don't want to store evidence from a suspect and evidence from a victim in the same place either, do we?
I don't understand your question.
I'll try to ask a better one.
Okay.
All right, when we store evidence in the evidence locker,
Mm-hmm.
it would be the better practice not to have any evidence related to the suspect in close proximity to any evidence related to the decedent.
No, ma'am. I mean, they're both in. Everything is in its own bag. Everything is sealed before it ever goes into a locker.
All right, so let's talk about the evidence collection in this case. You were asked to participate in the investigation of this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you went out to the scene and documented what was going on at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I believe earlier you testified that there was an image of the box on the steps.
Yes, ma'am.
You photographed that at the scene,
Yes, ma'am.
and you took that into evidence?
No, ma'am.
I thought you testified earlier that you took that and handed it off to Paige Dobines.
That was on the 15th of December. That was not on the day that picture was taken.
Okay, so who actually collected that evidence?
I'm not sure.
And do you know how it got to Paige Dobines?
The day that I met with the victim's mother and her attorney is the day that it got to Paige Dobines.
So now it's your testimony that when this was, that evidence was not seized at the time.
It was not seized the day that picture was taken. No, ma'am, not by me.
And to your knowledge, was that seized by any law enforcement officer on that day?
I'm not sure.
But you do know that you met with the sheriff, or in the sheriff's office with Paige Dobines, Athena's mother, Miss Gandy, and Miss Gandy's attorney, Mr. Varghese. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was Mr. Varghese who is the one who provided that package to the sheriff.
That's correct.
And on what date was that?
It's on 12/15.
So that was 13 or 15, 16 days after that photo was taken?
Yes.
Part of your job in this case was also to serve a warrant on Mr. Horner at the jail. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your job was to collect his DNA,
No, ma'am.
or to collect a buccal swab.
No, ma'am. That was not me.
Okay, so you were present when the buccal swab was
No,
collected?
ma'am. I was not.
Who was present when?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
So, but you did process Mr. Horner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took photos of him?
On 12/2. Yes, ma'am.
During the time that you took photos of him, he didn't try to fight you, did he?
No.
Didn't resist you in any way?
No.
Didn't try to commit any act of violence against you?
No.
He was cooperative.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, didn't cuss or yell at you?
No, ma'am.
He just did everything that he asked, or that you asked him to do, correct?
There was some resistance, but yes, ma'am. In the end, it was okay. Yes, ma'am.
But at the end of the day, he respected your authority as the person from the sheriff's office.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you with the sheriff's department?
At its entirety,
Yes.
a little over 2 years.
During that time, were you ever involved in what we call an evidence view, where the defense attorneys come in and view the evidence that was collected in the case?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware that there are times when defense attorneys want to come in and collect evidence, or, sorry, view the evidence that was collected in the case?
I've heard of such, but I don't know what they are. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we might be able to break here, because I understand the lunch.
They're not here yet, so let's.
Oh, okay. May I approach the court reporter?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as, or offered into evidence as State's Exhibits number 120 through 122. Did you take these items, or did you process these items and collect them as evidence in this case?
No, ma'am. Let me refer to my report, please, if you don't mind.
Okay.
That was collected by the FBI ERT team.
All right, so I want to. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibits number 11 through 15, and I'd like you to take a look at this, please. Now, on Defense Exhibit number 11, does your name appear on that as receiving this evidence or having anything to do with the evidence that was included in this?
Yes, so this tag states that I received it from the FBI and put it into our RMS system at the Sheriff's Office.
All right, so I'd like you to take a look at Defense 12 through 15, and look at States 120 through 122.
Okay? I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Do those appear to be the same items?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, defense offers Defense Exhibits 11 through 15, and I have given copies to the state too.
Defense Exhibits 11 through 15 are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to cut to the chase on this one, Miss Amy. when we are looking at, oops. All right, so let's take a look at defense exhibit. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. I'm sorry, I'm not very technologically advanced. All right, so we're looking at the evidence bag, and this is the evidence bag that would have been given to you to place in the locker.
Yes, ma'am.
And it shows the handwriting and the chain of custody from whoever collected the evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we talked about the importance of using protective gear when looking at evidence. And you talked about the importance of having a clean surface and having butcher paper between the item and the surface. In states or defense exhibits number 13, 14, and 15, do you see any butcher paper on the table?
No, ma'am.
And it's important to have butcher paper on the table because that can reduce the possibility of cross-contamination, correct?
Yeah, I can't answer why they didn't put it down. I mean, I wasn't there for that.
But I'm saying that it's important to have it there to reduce the chance of cross-contamination.
Yes, ma'am.
So evidence that was left on the table that has not been either sterilized or that doesn't have butcher paper, or if an officer didn't change his gloves routinely, as in between every item, there's a possibility that this piece of evidence could become contaminated.
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits 23 through 28. That Rich Ron?
Yeah.
Miss Amy, if you'll look at 23 to 28, I'd like you to. Do you recognize 23 to 28?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll offer defense 23 to 28. I have given you copies of all of them that we were. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we're going to object to these unless it's stated by the defendant exactly when these were taken, because it's our belief they were taken into evidence review when the defendant was there, and none of these items were tested.
You need to lay the proper predicate. The objections to stay.
All right, so when, you know what, Judge, I'll hold this off and I'll talk to Mr. Yarrow about it.
Okay.
But I will talk to you about what happened with the paneling, because you were present with the paneling. And may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibits 29 and 30. Is that your handwriting on the first one?
Yes, ma'am.
And so do you recognize your handwriting and the
Yes, ma'am.
description of the item?
Yes, ma'am.
When you package something and when you store evidence, you would agree with me that it's important to store it in such a way that it does not become destroyed or tampered with or any way changed.
That's correct.
And so when you store something, you want to make sure that it's not in any water, not in any other liquid, because that could cause contamination, correct?
Sure.
I want you to look at defense exhibit number 30. Not to sneeze, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I'm going to offer, or do you recognize State's Exhibit number, or Defense Exhibit number 30?
I don't.
Okay. And I will, let me get another one for you.
Okay.
When you processed the van, was it just you or who else was involved?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
I'm sorry?
Sergeant Brett Yarrow.
Okay, then I'll hold off on these until Mr. Yarrow takes a stand. Miss Amy, the last thing that I really want to talk to you about is your disciplinary action that you had with the West County Sheriffs. You had been accused of not telling the truth to your superior officer about who had taken those photos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you had received a complaint, and that was just one of the incidents that was listed, right?
The complaint about the pictures?
Yes.
That was the only.
If we're gonna go outside the court's ruling on this.
Well, let me see where we're going. Go ahead.
So as a part of your complaint, you were accused of violating a rule of conduct regarding truthfulness, correct?
That's correct.
You were given the opportunity to provide a response to that complaint, right?
That's correct.
After you provided the response, you had a chance to sit down with your captain at the time, is that right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, ma'am. I'm not for sure.
And then after you met with that captain, you were given the opportunity to revise your response regarding the truthfulness, correct?
That's correct.
You revised that response, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you admitted during the revised response that you had in fact not been truthful.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Sammy, I just want to go back. Were you the one that had processed the arrest van?
I assisted the FBI. I did not physically process it.
Okay.
No.
Did you take any items from the arrest van into custody?
Whatever the FBI ERT team collected, they collected it, and I walked it to our CSI locker.
Were you observing the collection of that evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were with the arrest van, one of the items that they collected was a backpack, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a Dragon Ball Z backpack?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just got a couple of questions. I'm gonna show you, State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Can you change that back, please?
Oh, there you go.
Sure. This picture that you took on the scene of this box, Deputy Amy, I'm gonna have you read that middle number on the box. What's that middle number on the box right there under TRK number? What's that number?
618486856845.
Let me show you States 156. Is that the same number?
Yes, sir.
Same box?
Yes, sir.
Same box as you took a picture of? It was provided to you later on by an attorney and Mrs. Gandy, mother of Athena Strand.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Anderson.
When you took the photos at the scene, was the box open?
At the house?
At the house, yes.
No, ma'am.
And when you took the photo at the sheriff's department after that box had been delivered, when it was received, had it been opened?
May I look at these pictures one more time? Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Mr. State.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May Ms. Amy be excused subject to any potential recall?
Final state, Your Honor.
Good with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna step down. Your lunch is here, so we'll start up at 12:45, okay? See you then.
Final state, Your Honor.
Good with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna step down. Your lunch is here, so we'll start up at 12:45, okay? See you then.
Sorry. Current local time is 12:41, so we only have about 4 minutes for till they're back from lunch. I have to say this. I have to agree with this. 99 problems, but crime ain't one. Yeah, it is a shame she made that mistake and cost her career. Yeah. And I think that it cost her career in that I think what she was a patrol officer because that's what she had to do, because ultimately what she wanted to do was be a crime scene investigator. And when she did what she did, then they bumped her back down to patrol, which is not where she wanted to be. And ultimately she ended up resigning. So it is unfortunate, and likely she will not be able to be employed as a crime scene investigator by another law enforcement body. And that's unfortunate. I mean, it's a problem. You have to, if your commanding officer tells you not to do something and you go ahead and do it anyway, you're going to be in trouble. And that's unfortunate. But, I think that it's hard because I appreciate what the defense attorney's job is. I understand what their job is. I'm grateful for defense attorneys. We need them. But the problem is in the way that the Miss Anderson is doing it's the tone in which she asks the questions. It's stank, and I don't like it. And she is rude. Pointer lover, good to see you, by the way, babe. She's quite rude. And that's unnecessary. I mean, we have watched her partner, her co-counsel, handle objections. We've watched him on cross-examinations, and he doesn't have the same tone. Shamina says, what did she do? I'm listening while working, but I missed what she did. So Shamina, what the crime scene investigator for Wise County did was after Athena's murder, there was another case that she was called in to take photographs, and she had an intern with her. And the standing rule issued by her commanding officer was that the intern not take any pictures. And she allowed the intern to take pictures. And then when it came time for trial and she was testifying on the stand and was asked if she took those pictures, she testified that she did indeed take those pictures when in fact she had not. So she lied on the stand. Not only did she break a rule of conduct by ignoring an order issued by her supervisor, she took the additional step of lying while testifying. And that is a huge problem because, first of all, it's wrong. You have to, lying is wrong. And when you're told not to do something and you do it anyway, that's also wrong. It doesn't matter whether you agree with it. It doesn't matter what the situation is when you're in a work situation, that's why I'm my own boss, because if I ignore one of my own decisions, well, then I'm the only one, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. So, ultimately I'm the only one responsible and the only one culpable. But when you do that in a situation where we're talking about a murder investigation, and it doesn't, obviously, a capital crime or capital murder investigation, they don't know when they're taking the pictures at the time or photographing or collecting evidence that it's going to be a capital crime. Okay. But anytime you handle evidence in any investigation, but especially in a murder investigation, where somebody has lost their life, that evidence is very important. And handling it correctly and testifying truthfully is also important. When we're dealing with the capital murder situation, the defendant's life is on the line. And we want to see the right person prosecuted for the right crime. So when we have a situation like what happened here, what ends up happening is it potentially calls into question any other cases that she's worked on. Thankfully, in this situation, she was only involved with this case and the case that she lied about as a crime scene investigation supervisor, I think is what her job title was, or not supervisor, sergeant. But because prior to that, any of the other cases she worked, it would have been during field training. And so she would have been under the direct supervision of someone else. So that's good. And even in this situation, the evidence that she did photograph, she was being supervised by a different entity, law enforcement entity, when she was photographing Tanner Horner's body for, to document if he had any wounds or whatever. And then when she was put in charge of photographing Athena's body, she was not alone there either, and supervised there as well. So, apparently this is the only sign. Perhaps whoever is handling the camera for this trial, I believe WFAA, which is Channel 8 News in DFW, is, I think they're the pool feed. And perhaps the camera person was told, we don't want to look at the state seal of Texas anymore. We've had 3 days of that. On day 4, could you maybe focus the camera at something else? And the camera person has chosen the "not an exit, alarm will sound upon activation" sign. So, hey, Sarah, it's good to see you too. Thanks for being here. We should be back any minute. Usually the court is about 5 minutes tardy from when they're supposed to be back. So they should be back any moment. Sometimes they're 10. So yeah. How's everybody's Friday going? You guys got some interesting plans yet? I'm curious who the next witness for the state is going to be. If it's going to be Brett Yarrow, who was the previous witness's supervisor, and he's in charge of the crime scene investigation department. At least it is original. Amber, you're right. I appreciate that about you guys in the chat. You guys are all half full, and I like that. I don't know if that... Let's see. We're through the morning session. The SD card from both the abduction vehicle and I'm thinking about that right now. 99 problems. I'm working it through loud, verbally. My brain is working verbally today. Those SD cards have been admitted. The only thing left to get them played is to get the officer, and I think that this would be, well, I think they might have to have two witnesses. I think that they have to have the witness from Velocity. The Velocitor is who has the proprietary software that you need in order to make what's on the SD card play. So I think that that person, the representative from Velocitor, would need to testify first. And then I think that then the officer who took using the software from Velocitor recorded and played the or recorded and transferred the video and audio from inside the FedEx truck and put it on that thumb drive. I think they're the ones that have to get testified. I think they're the ones that have to get testified. They're the ones that have to, I think that's Officer, or actually Texas Ranger Espinosa, because he's the one that went to Virginia to do that process. So I think they'd have to call him back to the stand, and then it could be played. So Amber says, I don't think they even need that. Ranger Espinosa went into detail how they went about getting the recording. If you remembered, he testified to taking a video of the video with his cell phone. Yes, he did. But I don't know that the video of the video would be admissible. I think that in this case, I think that the ideal circumstances would be I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not an attorney. And yes, he did admit a bunch of USBs and DVDs. He did ultimately get him a copy of the video. I think what has to be played is the original video. And so when you take a video of a video, in essence, because it's altered. If you use your cell phone to record a video, like just holding your cell phone up to a TV or a monitor of some type, that's an altered, considered legally an altered version of that video. So they would ideally want the unaltered version. But I would Ranger Espinosa is subject to recall, and so it's quite possible that he would be called to play the video. And then, but before he could play the video, the company representative would need to come, because they would also need to authenticate the copy of the video. They need, so No, they probably don't need the, I just think that I have a suspicion that they don't need, I mean, they don't need the officer.
We're ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify
I'm an attorney.
truthfully.
I don't know these things.
Whose witness is this? Mr. Berry?
But usually when an officer obtains a video from a source, the officer usually sits in the witness stand to when they play that video. So, you know,
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know. We'll see.
Investigator Yarrow, will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Coffee and Skeleton says they wouldn't play that in live court, would they? I'm going to have to look up Texas, and I'll tell you why. I know in Florida, and this came up during the Stephen Stearns pretrial hearings that we watched together in the CSAM trial. There were pictures and there were video, and they did talk in open court about closing the courtroom for that. However, in Florida, because the victim in that case was deceased, there is no rule about closing the courtroom. And so could have ended up happening is if the judge decided to, if the state had asked for the courtroom to be closed, then the media likely would have filed an appeal on that. So I'm going to look in Texas, but I think they are going to play it in open court. I'll tell you this, they're not going to show the video. And I mean, the camera will not be on the video, will not be allowed to show the video, but I believe it will be allowed to record the audio. Because when they recovered Athena's body, the camera panned away from that video, but we heard the audio.
Yes, sir. I'm Sergeant Brett Yarrow. It's Bretttyaro. I've been in law enforcement for 16 years, at the sheriff's office the whole time. I've been on SWAT, Canine Patrol for the last 8 years, been in crime scene. I'm currently the supervisor and the head over our crime lab there at the county, and also a fingerprint expert in the state of Texas.
And how long is your total number of law enforcement years experience?
16.
And before becoming a law enforcement officer, did you work in any other fields?
Did I work in a law enforcement related job or?
No. Did you become a law enforcement officer later in life? I guess?
I had a first career, sir, as a motorcycle racer.
Gotcha. And since you've been on the force at Wise County, you described a number of different jobs that you've held, but with it for, I believe you said the last 8 years, what have you been primarily doing?
Working in crime scene, sir.
Okay. And when you say you're working in crime scene, can you kind of describe for the jury what you mean by that?
Yeah, so in our county, we have a little bit of a smaller county. So what that means for us is the jobs are more specialized and we do more jobs within that job. So I work on fingerprints for the county. I collect fingerprints, I process fingerprints, I put fingerprints in the computer, do comparisons. Along with the fingerprinting, we do pattern analysis on the fingerprints and other things like that. So we deal with patterns, we deal with friction rate detail as far as the fingerprints go.
Oh,
I just want to give you guys an answer. All right, so what I did was I Googled and I used AI mode, which will search the whole internet. And I wrote, will the audio and video from inside of the FedEx truck driven by Tanner Horner be played in open court? It says, yes, as of April 26, both the audio and video recordings from inside the FedEx truck driven by Tanner Horner are being played in open court. Audio evidence. Prosecutors have confirmed they intend to play an hour-long video recording from inside the vehicle that captured 7-year-old Athena Strand's final moments. While Horner covered the truck's camera lens before the murder, the audio remains clear and includes him telling the child, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." Video evidence. Surveillance video from inside the van has already been presented, showing Athena alive and unharmed after being abducted. This footage was used by the state to disprove Hunter's initial claim that he had accidentally hit her with his truck. Public access. While the jury is seeing all the evidence during the punishment phase of the trial, the court has issued a notice to pool cameramen not to broadcast the most graphic images to the general public through the live video feed. So it sounds to me like they are going to play it. It will be played.
Here, I'm going to slow you down just a little bit, okay? Because the court reporter's got to take down everything you're saying. So you just slow down a little bit, but keep going.
And then as far as crime scene goes, I have a number of certs from the state, from Texas A&M. So I have a forensic cert, I have a crime scene investigator cert, photography certs, blood pattern analysis. I run our AFIX fingerprint computer, which is attached to AFIS, our state system. I also am the head over our lab, and what that basically means is I do a lot of house cleaning over there. We're constantly keeping the place clean. We're working on all the different types of equipment that we have in there and working with them. So if a scene comes available, which is very broad for us, what that means is I will work anything from a sexual assault to a large-scale robbery to suicide and homicide. So we wear a lot of hats, under the same umbrella.
And since the time you've been in crime scene work, you and I have done a number of cases together. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Including a number of homicide cases.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Well, with regard to that, you're familiar with investigating homicide cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that, your training, have you been called upon to take what is known as buccal swabs from potential suspects?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain for the jury what you mean by that?
A collection of a buccal swab is we're basically taking a DNA swab. It's going to be from inside the cheek area of the mouth. 2 swabs normally. They're rotated up and down between the top of the gum and the bottom of the gum line. On the cheek on the outside, the swabs are being rotated. You actually rub vigorously while you're doing that. And then they're contained in a special sealable swab that is aerated so that it won't mold or anything like that once it's put into evidence, and then they're sealed in evidence envelopes.
And so, let me go back to November 30th of 2022. And then I guess leading up through December 2nd of 2022, were you somewhat incapacitated during that period of time?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jury what was going on?
Yes, I was out with COVID.
Okay. And because of that, your trainee essentially was.
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Let me hear the question.
Who was working for you in the crime scene investigation unit there at the sheriff's office at that time?
Sergeant Amy.
Okay. And was she? Tell us whether or not she was still in training, or what where she was in her career at that time.
So she was working through the FTO process in the crime lab.
Okay. And who was her FTO as far as in the crime lab?
That would be me, sir.
And but because you were incapacitated, were you able to do that at that time? On those particular days?
No, sir.
Okay. So when was the first day back for you after you were recovering from the COVID?
I don't recall the exact date, to be honest with you.
Were you there by December 5th of 2022 when the 2 vans were processed by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you able to observe that process as it was taking place?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day, were you also called upon to execute a warrant for buccal swabs on a person by the name of Tanner Horner?
Yes.
And do you see the person that you know to be Tanner Horner here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And could you identify him by where he is sitting in the courtroom and describe what he's wearing?
Yes, sir. He's sitting at the end of the table there, the defendant table. It's going to be gray shirt, gray tie, light gray pants, black shoes.
Okay.
And that's the color it looks
I'd
like to me.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Record also reflect.
And sometime in the afternoon of December 5th, 2022, did you receive a warrant to take those buccal swabs from the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
And after receiving that warrant, what did you do?
We went ahead and processed the subject, sir.
Okay. And did you take a couple of pictures while you were in the room collecting the buccal swabs from the defendant?
I did, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 179, 180, 181, and 182. State's 179, is that a photograph of the warrant that you were operating under?
Yes, sir.
State's 180, what is that a photograph of?
Of Horner, sir.
You're talking about the defendant?
Tanner Horner, yes.
And was that on this date at the time you were taking the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 181, what is that a photograph of?
It's a photograph of my property sheet that I filled out, and it's 4 envelopes containing all of the buccal swabs that it contained.
And then State's 182, is that the actual report?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Don't lead your witness.
Go ahead and tell me what that is, please.
This is my property report sheet, sir.
And does that document when those swabs were taken, and that you were the one that took them into property?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is all of the information contained on State's Exhibit 182, is that true and correct and placed there by you?
Yes.
I will offer into evidence States 179, 180, 181, and 182.
Your Honor, we object to 179 on 2 grounds. One, it's hearsay, and 2, it is not the best evidence. No objection to 180. And States 181 and 182, we would object to as these are constitute a police report. They are hearsay.
States 180 is admitted. Let me see 179, 181, and 182. I'm going to admit 179, 181, and 182 for purposes of the record.
Second. Once those buccal swabs were taken, what did you do with those swabs?
They were placed into evidence, sir.
Now, did you also document some of the evidence that was taken? Did you document some of the evidence that was taken on the searches of the vans on December the 5th? Specifically the van that what we call the arrest vehicle with Texas license plate GCP 0468.
Yes, sir.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183. 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, and 193. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
Have you looked at those prior to court today?
Yes, I did.
And are those all of the pictures that were taken at that time, or just a portion of them?
It's just a portion, sir.
Okay. And do these fairly and accurately represent items that you went through and took photographs of to document the items that were collected from the van on that day, or some of the items?
Yes.
From Mr. Horner's, the van he was driving?
Yes.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 183 through State's Exhibit 193 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 183 through 193 inclusive are admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And also, may I publish number 180?
Yes.
Thank you. States 180, this was from the day that when was this taken again?
Fifth, sir.
The 5th, when the buccal swabs were taken?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to starting at 183, this is what is this that we're looking at in States 183?
This is a evidence bag that was collected from within the van that he was arrested in, sir.
Does it have the date that it was originally collected?
Yes.
Okay. And then put in this bag and mark number 2, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going on to 184, what are we looking at here?
It's going to be the backpack that was contained in that evidence bag, sir.
And the other items that we're going to see in a moment are those items that were contained within that backpack inside of the brown paper bag?
Yes.
Okay. So does that have a distinctive design on it?
It does, sir.
And does it have an actual reference to, I think it's some type of a comic strip or something?
Dragon balls. Yes, sir.
Dragon Ball Z, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. With regard to what was inside of it, I see some gloves here. Are these your gloves?
No, sir, they're not.
Okay. Where were these gloves contained?
Inside the backpack.
Okay. And can you describe these gloves for me as far as texture, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so it looks like a cloth glove with a rubber texture on them, a no-slip texture.
Okay. So cloth on the back, but rubber on the fingers and the palm?
The palms, yes, sir.
Okay. And are those now on top of the backpack as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 186?
Yes.
Okay. And I will represent to you, these may have been...
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Let me hear what he's going to say. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
that these may not be in the exact same order that you took them in as they're being displayed, okay?
Correct.
So, with regard to 186, we're looking at what here?
That's when I first opened the backpack and I was starting to retrieve the objects from within the backpack.
Okay. So then I'm going to go on to 187. What are we looking at here?
And up close of prescription meds that were located in the backpack so that we could see the information on the bottles.
And I'm going to zoom in. What is the, can you just say what the name is on State's Exhibit 187 as far as the type of controlled substance that it is?
I'm not a doctor, so my enunciation of this is probably going to be incorrect, but fluoxetine, I believe, sir.
All
20
right.
milligram.
For purposes of the record, can you spell that, please?
Yes, it'll be FLUOXETINE.
And what was the prescription amount?
20 milligrams.
Okay. Next, we have State's Exhibit 188, and is that a different bottle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you spell the name of the controlled substance for purposes of the record?
Yes, sir. ATOMOXETINE HCl 25 milligrams.
Okay, thank you. Now, are these the same two bottles that were in the previous pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And does it give the prescription instructions as far as when to take those?
Yes.
And what does it say for the bottle for the fluoxetine?
To take one in the morning, sir.
Okay. And what does it say with the atomoxetine? Hydrochloride.
Take one capsule in the mouth in the morning, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, this looks, is this the backpack or is it something different?
No, this is what I considered a soft-sided lunchbox that belongs to that same cartoon or video game family. It's a Dragon Ball's lunchbox.
And then going on to State's Exhibit number 191, what are we looking at here?
The cellophane wrapper containing marijuana.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation that has not been tested.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Jury will disregard the last answer.
Does it, can you tell me whether or not that is some type of plant substance?
It's a green leafy substance, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 192, what are we looking at here?
The contents of that soft-sided lunchbox.
And can you describe what you see here?
Yes, so you have a bottle of ibuprofen. It looks like you have a thumb drive. There is a vape pen, a marking pen. There's a Coastal Cloud strawberry cream. I'm guessing some sort of something for the vape
Objection,
pen.
Your Honor,
And
and
then
that is speculation.
Sustained.
That's fine. We'll go on to State's 193, and this is, where were these items located?
within the backpack.
Okay. And with regard to, most of these things may be self-explanatory, but can you tell me what this is?
It's a vape canister.
Now, after you documented the items that were taken during the search of the arrest vehicle, did you also take some action with regard to the shoes that the defendant was wearing on the date that he was arrested?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yes.
What's happening now? Are we at sidebar? I had to speak with the Nuggie, and you guys know that I turn the audio down whenever she's present because I never know what's going to come out. So I have to be careful with that. Let's see. And we can't even skip. Oh, maybe we can a little. Let's see.
Try to represent.
All right, here we go. Oh, excuse me. Here we go.
There are 2 shoes. There are 4 sides to each shoe. And I tried to represent the full spectrum of photographs were taken to be looked at by the people that were going to look at them into the future, including the tread at the bottom of the shoes, but also the sides in the front of each of the shoes and the back of each of the shoes. And that's what these shoes represent.
As the court to review those, and if they look at the case law in Texas, that would be Young v. State. Relevant factors in determining whether probative values outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice include the detail of their size, whether they are colored black and white, whether they're close-up, as well as the availability of other means of proof and the unique circumstances of each case. Also, I think that's probably applicable categories.
Okay, I've reviewed states 194 through 206. I will overrule your objections. You may have a running objection.
Yes, Your Honor, that will include the
To
next,
the-
the witness, the testimony.
Okay, that's fine. Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, everybody up. Did he tell them to go to their room again? That was my favorite part yesterday when he said, go to your room. I'm curious who all is over there on the defense side. You know, if they're actually anybody with the defendant or
Everyone may be seated. Mr. Barry.
there's simply not enough seating available.
Sergeant Yarrow, you kind of explained to the jury. I noticed when you put on your glasses, can you kind of tell the jury why you're wearing dark glasses in the courtroom?
Yeah, so respectfully, they're not sunglasses. I had an eye injury on a motorcycle. I had a grasshopper at too fast, and it detached my retina. When they repaired my eye, it causes sensitivity to light, and so my prescription glasses are darker than normal. They are regular prescription glasses that transition, but they're just pretty dark. So I get this a lot. That's why they're on.
Okay.
They're not Oakleys.
I just didn't want, I wanted the jury to understand why you're wearing your glasses. So
Yes,
feel
sir.
free to do that.
Thank you.
Yes. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That's funny.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, and 206. Do you recognize the items in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Where did the items in those photographs come from?
The arrest van, I believe, sir.
Did they come from the defendant himself?
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
okay? Yes. Okay. I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 194.
Any additional objections?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Okay, those are, remain overruled, and the exhibits are admitted 194 through 206.
May I publish, sir?
Yes, sir. And members of the jury, I'm trying to find out why this is so loud, so if you can't hear, let me know, okay?
Publishing State's Exhibit number 194 first. What are we looking at here?
Pair of black tennis shoes covered in mud.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number, let me ask you this. The first several photographs that are taken here, are those like close-up detail photographs or something different?
No, sir, these are overall photographs to show the condition of the shoes when I received them.
Okay, so State's Exhibit number 194, 195, I apologize, please. 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201. Looking here, beginning at 201, are these a little bit closer up?
Yes, these are mid-range.
Okay. And as we look at those, do you see, you talked about them being muddy, but what else do you see here that might be of evidentiary value?
How far up the mud goes on the shoe, sir.
Okay, so that's one thing. What about the different materials used on the shoes themselves?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go on to the next one, which is 202, I believe. And then I'm going to ask you if you notice anything on 202 other than mud.
Yes.
Describe what you're looking at.
The texture on the material, sir.
Okay. But in addition to this gray, lighter colored mud, do you see some type of a substance there on that shoe?
Your
Yes.
objection, leading.
Overruled.
It's a possibility that it's blood, sir.
And you see some paper down underneath that. What's the purpose of the paper that you have there?
It's a sterile area to work on while I'm putting the shoe down and doing the photographs.
All righty. And then now we're going to look at the State's Exhibit number 203. What are we looking at here?
The texture on the bottom of the shoes and how much mud the shoes are actually holding.
And is there a distinctive tread pattern that you can see there?
Yes.
Can you just, as best you can for purposes of the record, can you describe what you're looking at?
Yeah, it's like a ongoing up and down, like elongated W pattern.
And is that, as we go through the next few photographs, number 20, I believe this is 204, 205, 206. Do those appear to have that same sort of tread pattern all the way from the toes down to the back of the shoe?
Yes, sir.
And going back to where we can see both shoes, although there's mud on top at this point, do both shoes have that same distinctive tread pattern?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you asked to take these specific photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that, in your understanding?
We were looking for different patterns to match the pattern on the victim's face.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer.
You can say that again.
We were looking for a pattern to match the pattern on the little girl's face.
So, once you had taken the photographs of the shoes, were you asked to go somewhere else and determine whether there were other patterns that you might be able to locate?
Yes.
And where was that?
I was looking for the patterns that would be inside, encompassed, inside the van.
All right. May I approach your honor?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 207, 208, 209, 210, and 211. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
Where did those photographs come from?
Within the van, sir.
And who took those photographs?
I took those photographs.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what we're seeing there?
Yes.
I will offer into evidence State's Exhibits number 207, 208, 209, 210, and 211.
Neat, you are definitely worthy of additional O's in noodle. Definitely.
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right, those are overruled. The previous objections are overruled, and State's Exhibits 207 through 211 are admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 207. What are we looking at, State's 207?
We're looking at the side door of the van where you have the inside step that has a diamond plate pattern.
Now we're going to, is that the same thing that we're looking at, just closer up?
Yes.
Now we're looking at, let me get out of this part. So we can see the exhibit number. Looking at State's Exhibit number 209, underneath the box there, and we're looking down, where are we looking at in the photograph?
This is the area between the seats in the cab that has a texture on the rubber floor.
Okay. And going on to 210, is that same location?
Yes.
And then going on to 211, what are we looking at here?
This is the texture on the floor in the back of the box van.
So this is the area where the packages would be kept, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so all of those, without repeating why you took them, or were they taken for the same reasons that you took photographs of the shoe and the tread patterns on the shoe?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before I go any further, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you two exhibits. First, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 230. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 230?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is State's Exhibit 230?
These are going to be my buckle swabs from the suspect, sir.
All right. And other than having been opened by the lab, does it appear to have been tampered with in any way?
No.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 230 into evidence.
And no further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 230 is admitted.
All right, you guys, now we're starting to get into DNA evidence, etc. What do you guys think? What is going to be next? Are we going to end today with the audio and from the inside of the FedEx truck, or the medical examiner? What do you guys think? How are they going to leave what are they going to leave with the jury with over the weekend?
I realize this just ripped as I was holding it, but State's Exhibit number 225, do you know what State's Exhibit number 225 is?
Yes.
And what is it?
The evidence bag contains the shoes.
Okay. Now, are these the same shoes that you took photographs of that were just admitted into evidence?
Yes, sir.
These are the actual stations of 225.
Your Honor, I would object as the proper chain of custody has not been established for this exhibit.
Response?
Wait, not admissibility, Your Honor.
All right, your objection is overruled. States it's 225
Yes, sir.
is admitted.
Okay, Dynamite, since you haven't been here for the whole trial with us, I don't know where you've been, by the way, but I'm glad you're here now. Here's the deal. We, that being me and the chat, have decided that Tanner Horner watched the movie Split one too many times, and that's where he came up with his alter ego, Zero, his explanation for it, the change in voice. So we decided that he is emulating Tanner would be Hedwig in this scenario, and Zero would be, oh God, I cannot remember who says that. That wasn't me. That was Patricia. I can't remember which alter in Split says that. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue and it won't come out. Okay. Well, somebody in the chat will answer you, but that's what that's about. It's from Split. But now, if you had been here since the start of the trial, you would know these things. I would encourage you for the next trial not to miss any days or watch Elsewhere's, because Elsewhere's won't have these apropos gifts. Just saying, or GIFs.
Next, I want to talk to you about other clothes that were worn by the defendant at the time he was arrested. Did you take those the clothing worn by the defendant at the time he was arrested? Did you go to a locker in the jail and retrieve those clothes and log them into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you did that, were there more further photographs taken of those clothing items?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Give me a collection here. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, and 222. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs?
Yes, I took those photographs, sir.
Okay. And do those fairly and accurately represent the photographs you took, or at least some of the photographs you took of the defendant's clothing at the time that he was arrested?
Yes, sir.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 212 or 222 into evidence at this time.
While she's shuffling through those photographs, I would like the record to reflect that apparently Joaquin Phoenix was actually supposed to play the lead in Split, but he turned down the role or opted out at the last minute, and James McAvoy played. the main
No
role.
further objections?
Okay, the previous
I like
objections
Joaquin
remain
Phoenix.
overruled and states exhibits 212
Excuse me, Your Honor. I like Joaquin Phoenix, but James McAvoy was made for that role. That role was made for James McAvoy. That is all.
through 222 are admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Going on to State's Exhibit 212, what are we looking at here?
The locker that I retrieved all of his clothing from, sir.
Okay. Is this the locker?
Yes, sir.
All right. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 214?
These are some of the contents of the locker.
State's Exhibit 215?
With Tanner's ID, sir.
Okay. And does it have a name on it?
Tanner Horner, sir.
Tanner L. Horner?
Tanner L. Horner, sir. Yes, sir.
And does it also have a photograph?
It does, sir.
And who does that photograph depict?
Tanner L. Horner, sir.
Is that the same person that you previously identified as the defendant?
Yes, sir, it is.
.216, what are we looking at?
A pair of his Hanes underwear, sir.
Okay. And .217, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the inside of the underwear with a scale that I was using to show the seminal fluid that's in the front of the underwear.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Okay, now, he is actually Tanner Lynn. That is actually his name. His father's name is Terry Lynn. Her objection about him testifying as to what the fluid in the underwear is or the stain is, okay, she was right to object to that. Obviously, the judge was right to sustain that because he might know what it is now. He might have suspected what it was then, but he cannot testify because he is not the one who did the testing. And now they're standing up, which means the jury is leaving. I don't know what her issue is now, but whatever. Here we go. We'll find out. She's about to be big mad. We knew when they started getting into this portion and all of this type of evidence that yes, there was going to be a myriad of objections. I know that she has a job to do. I'm just curious what the issue is now. Let's see. Maybe court camera person, could you maybe we've seen it, we get it. Excuse me, I have the burps. We know what. Excuse me again. That was so gross. I'm so sorry. We know what that is. Can you take it off the screen?
You're the one who took the photos.
I've worked 200 cases since then.
Wait a minute. We're
Hold
not
on.
gonna play.
Photos taken.
What is?
Hold on. I don't want us to miss any.
What does the date say, ma'am?
You're the one who took the photos.
I've worked 200 cases since then.
Wait a minute. We're not gonna play this game. If you know the answer, give the answer. If you don't know the answer, say, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
We're not gonna go back and forth.
I do not know the date, ma'am.
It was done after he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
The items in the photos, hold on, let me make sure I have it correct. In State's Exhibits number 212 through 222, those were all taken at the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
The incident in this case occurred on November the 30th, 2022. Do you recall that?
Okay.
And Tanner Horner was not arrested on November 30th of 2022, was he?
I don't know, ma'am. I was out then at that time.
When he was arrested on December the 2nd, 2022, correct?
Okay.
So if these photos were taken, you don't know for sure whether or not he was wearing these clothes on the day of the incident, do you?
Well, I would think that he was wearing these clothes, ma'am, and the reason I say that is these were taken off him when he came into the jail at the time of his arrest.
So if the time of the arrest occurred 2 days later, you don't know, you're guessing that he may have been wearing these on the day of the incident.
Yeah, I didn't state that he was wearing those at the time of the incident. I said he was wearing them at the time of the arrest.
Okay, so, Your Honor, I would object that all of this is irrelevant because unless they can tie it into any clothing that he may have been wearing at the time of the incident, then none of this is relevant.
Your objection's overruled. I'm gonna let it continue, and you may have a running objection. Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
I think it's a pretty good assumption that given the state of affairs in that shed, that it's more likely than not that those underwear are from the day of, are from probably 2 days prior. I mean, they're stained, for the love of Pete. So when would they have gotten stained if he were, if he's changing his underwears daily and showering in between? Because he would have been at work all day Tuesday, or the 2nd of December when he was arrested. What the fuck was he doing? Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. Nasty ass. Not only is he a monster, he's nasty too. Not even clean.
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Perry. Thank you. Go on.
Go on to State's Exhibit 219. What are we looking at here?
Prepared denim pants, sir.
Okay. In all of this evidence, did you actually do some further processing on this that is not exhibited here in the photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take, independently of what the FBI did, take some further swabs and things like that so that that would be retained just in case it was needed in the future?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 220, what are we looking at here?
It's a FedEx shirt.
And is this that same shirt in 221?
Yes, sir.
And then State's 222, what are we looking at here?
A right and a left sock, sir. Black in color with a gray toe and a gray heel.
And I am going to show you something that's already been admitted into evidence now as State's Exhibit number 223. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yeah, it's a drawing
And
inside the interview room.
Objection, Your Honor, I don't believe that's been admitted yet.
No, it has been.
It has? Okay.
Yes, 223 is admitted.
My apologies, my notes don't reflect that.
No worries.
just for purposes of the record, Your Honor, it was admitted during the testimony of Joe Westman.
Okay.
Take better notes, hoes, all I can tell you.
So,
Yes, 224 is not admitted.
so 223, where did they say that that photograph was taken?
Inside the interview room in the CID office, sir.
It was at the same room that the vocal swabs were taken in?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you notice this writing?
Yes, I did.
And later that day or the next day, did you come back and take these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to 223, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. I'm going to show you 224. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph of essentially the same thing?
Objection, Your Honor, pleading.
Please tell us what that is.
Sir, this is a map of the explanation of where the victim was located.
With regard to this photograph, is it representative of the same thing in 223, but just a closer up, more definitive shot of the picture itself?
Yes.
I'll offer 224 into evidence.
I'd object that it's cumulative.
That objection's overruled. States 224 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
On State's Exhibit number 224, can you see this writing in red down here?
Yes, sir.
Would you please read that, what's written there?
He's going to hurt me, period. Please help.
Now, one further thing, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Officer Amy, crime scene, did she take into evidence a box, a FedEx box containing, that was brought in later that pertained to this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you then take that out of locker one and then bag it up as you see it? Yes. And I'm going to show you the mark. Exhibit number 159. And is that the box that we were just talking about?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, I will offer state exhibit number 159 as evidence.
With further objection.
Remain overruled, and States Exhibit 159 is admitted.
And may I open 159, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Scott, if you can hear this, please move to Texas. Please help this courtroom out. We have Whataburger. Please.
Is this the box that was contained inside of that?
Yes, sir.
Inside of that box, was there another box?
Yes, sir.
And is this the item that was contained within that box?
Yes. Yes.
We can do that, package it up after
Yes, sir.
we finish.
Final thing I want to ask you about, Investigator Yarrow, sometime, can I have just a second? I need to look up a specific date on,
You know what? I'm going to look into what it takes, what kind of qualifications you need to get that job like Scott has, and I'm going to see if I can apply. I think that I have the experience, training, and education to properly display, basically screen share. I think I could do it. I do too, Donna. Donna said, I love it that they were career Barbies. I like that, stepmom. I do too, and it's really sad how she was treated by the internet at large.
I believe it was May the 16th of 2023, was there an incident that occurred at the Wise County Jail involving the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that incident was, please?
An attempted suicide within his jail cell.
And at the time that that suicide, or attempted suicide, and obviously when we use the word attempted, you have to, that sort of implies that somebody...
Objection, Your Honor. Is leading and testifying.
Sustained.
When you use the word intended, do you know whether or not the person actually intended to kill themselves?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. With regard to that incident, when that incident occurred, were there some letters left by the defendant at that time?
Objection, Your
Yes.
Honor. It's leading.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Okay. Were there some letters left by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And who were those letters essentially addressed to?
I believe there was a letter to law enforcement, a letter to his family, a letter to the victim's family, and an additional letter, I believe, to a clergy member.
Okay.
Or a pastor or something.
And did you collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if you were to come back here on Monday, would you be able to identify those?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Sergeant Yarrow, how are you doing?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. I just want to talk to you a little bit about what it was that you collected and what it was that you processed in this case.
Okay.
So I understand that you processed the FedEx truck where the alleged, or where the incident occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you served the search warrant for the buccal swab on Mr. Horner at the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you processed the clothing that was in the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about the shoes and the clothing.
Okay.
The shoes and the clothing that were collected in this case were not collected on the date of the incident, were they?
I only know that those were the clothing that he was wearing at the time of his arrest.
So you don't know if he was wearing this clothing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that. No, ma'am.
And you don't know if those were the shoes he was wearing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that.
Okay. With regards to the clothing, when they were stored at the jail, how were they packaged?
How they were packaged?
Yes.
When I got them out of the locker,
Yes, when you got them out of the locker, how were his clothing packaged?
they were placed in a clean bag like they do every inmate before they put them in the lockers.
So were they all stored in the same bag?
They were all in the same bag, ma'am, yes.
So at that time, his pants, his shirt, his underwear, his jacket, they were all stored in the same white bag.
Yes, ma'am.
When you took them out, did you store them differently?
Yes.
How did you store them after you took them out and collected them from his property?
Anytime evidence comes to me and I put my hands on that evidence, it gets put in separate bags, separate evidence bags.
Why is it important to put everything in a separate bag?
Why is it important for me? It's
Just
important
in-
for me evidentiary wise. It's also important for me so that I can label them correctly.
Another important reason to put everything in separate bags is to avoid contamination, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you had processed the van in which the incident occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that processing was collecting evidence from it,
Yes, ma'am.
and part of that process was collecting the floorboards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so with regards to the floorboards, that is where some of the other biological evidence was obtained, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that it would be important to store those panels in a secure facility?
As far as I know, they were stored in a secure facility. They were taken to our evidence area.
And we want to have them stored in a secure facility and in a sterile way so that just in case something comes up, we have the ability to do additional testing should it be necessary.
Okay, they were wrapped individually, ma'am, like I do all of them.
But my question is, it's important to have that because in case further testing is needed.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Arrow, I'm going to show you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 31 through 34. If you take a look at those for a moment.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on defense exhibits number 31 and 32, does your name appear as being the person who packaged that?
Yes, ma'am.
On defense exhibits number 33 and 34, are those your initials over the evidence tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that signify?
I'm the one that wrapped that evidence. I'm the one that secured that evidence. I'm the one that sealed that evidence. Those are my initials to show that that is, honestly, my piece of evidence.
Defense offers defense 31 through 34.
No objections.
Defense exhibits 31 through 34 are admitted.
Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now we understand what happened last time when she was publishing. She physically walks over to the jury
Sergeant Arrow,
and gives them to the jury.
you would agree with me that there are some stains on the brown paper wrapping that exhibit, would you not?
Yes, ma'am. In the photo, it looks like there is.
Was the brown paper, I would assume that the brown paper wasn't stained when you put it on,
No, ma'am.
and that something like that occurred while it was in storage?
I guess.
Sergeant Yarrow, how long have you been with West County?
16 years, ma'am.
How long have you been an evidence tech with them?
In evidence tech, ma'am.
Or in working with CSI?
In 8 years, ma'am.
During that time, it's not uncommon for defense attorneys to want to come in and view the evidence, is it?
No, ma'am.
And when the defense attorney comes in and views that evidence, usually you have, the prosecutors are there, members of the sheriff's department will be there to observe everything.
Yeah, so you're talking about an evidence review, right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, let's try that
Hey,
again.
I'm up here.
It's been a long
I realize
week.
we all look alike, but,
Well, you have the same haircut.
there you go.
Sorry about that.
That was a good minute.
All right, so Sergeant, when the defense team comes in to review, or when a defense team attempts to come in to review, or when they do come in to review the evidence, it's still important to maintain the sterility of the environment. Would you agree?
And so, let me get this straight. You want to know at that time that you guys do the evidence review in the area that we're doing the evidence review, or the area that the evidence is housed?
In the area that we're doing the review, you still want to put the butcher paper, don't you?
I do not, if it's already wrapped, ma'am.
And if it gets unwrapped, you want to have that evidence placed on butcher paper, don't you?
So, it depends on the evidence review, to be honest with you. I have been through several of those. Not everybody opens evidence up. They want to look at markings, they want to look at seals, they want to look at chain of custody, so not every time. So,
All right, so the best practice, if that evidence is open, would be to place it on a...
we would put paper down there.
The other thing that's important is that the person handling the evidence has gloves on.
Yes, ma'am?
Because again, that evidence is still in play in a case, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am?
And it could be that there's other evidence that needs to be tested.
Okay.
And if you don't follow those procedures, there's a possibility that contamination could occur.
Yes, ma'am.
You have heard, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Arrow, I'm going to let you look at what has been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibits 23 through 28.
Your Honor, I'd ask the defense to specify exactly when these photographs were taken and under the circumstances that they were taken.
I'm not going to order the defense to do anything. It's their cross-examination.
All right, so Sergeant Yarrow, you testified previously on direct that you had taken into custody a backpack that had Dragon Ball Z.
Yes, ma'am?
And Defense Exhibits number 21 through, or 23 through 28, does that appear to be the same backpack that you took into custody?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Does it appear to have the same contents that you had taken?
Yes, ma'am.
We offer state or Defense 23 through 28.
When were these taken?
Your Honor, the evidence review in this case occurred March
Your
29th.
Honor.
Do you have an objection?
I object, yes. The proper predicate has not been laid as to when these photographs were taken and the circumstances that they were taken.
Objections are overruled. Defense exhibits 23 through 28 are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, in defense, Sergeant Yarrow, I keep calling you Your Honor. Sergeant Yarrow, in defense exhibits number 23 through 28, you didn't see any butcher paper down, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So if any of those items that were on the table had to be retested, there was a possibility of contamination.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Investigator Yarrow, since you're coming back on Monday anyway, would you check on the date? that the
Objection, Your
evidence-
Honor. Leaving.
Let me hear the question.
Would you please check on the date that the evidence review took place in this case?
Yes, sir.
And will you also check and see if there's ever been any request to retest any of this evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, that's not a proper question at this time.
Overruled. Will you do that?
Check, you can
Yes,
answer.
sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Anderson,
I have nothing further.
may the witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor, we intend to recall the first thing Monday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let me see y'all.
Well, now what do you suppose is going on? Why recall him Monday? Why not keep him on the stand unless whoever is going to testify next can only testify today? Hold on a second. Oh my God, I pushed pause and instead of mute. I'm so sorry, you guys. I didn't mean to make you guys let you hear that cough. I'm so sorry. So unprofessional. I apologize. That's the reason why I said hold on, because I had to cough. I'm so sorry. Right in y'all's ear. I'm so sorry for that. Hold on. I don't even know why I pushed pause. I meant to mute. So I wonder who we will be hearing from, if anyone, next. I know, so rude, Coffee and Skeletons. So nasty and so rude. I'm so sorry. It drives me nuts when that happens. Like when, but accidents happen. Now, who's standing? Why are they standing? What's happening? People are getting their coats on. The jury is leaving. That's why they're standing. What's going on here? I don't want to move anything. 'Cause I don't want to miss. I'm not sure, Donna. I'm not sure. They might be. I don't know. Surely they're not going to leave the jury with just that. Yeah, I see. I know they were making arguments, it looks like, because the judge is going through.
We would still like to just offer them for record purposes.
Okay, so you're wanting to offer 16 through 22 and 29 and 30 for purposes of the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so they are admitted for purposes of the record. Anything else we need to do for record purposes today?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, everybody. Thank you. Y'all have been very good. We'll see you Monday morning.
Bro, are you kidding me? We didn't even. Okay, I got to rewind this because I want you guys to see this. I have never seen this before in all my livelong days. Watch Tanner.
Very good. We'll see you Monday morning.
Oh, they told him to go. Okay. All right. Oh! Oh, it's still in my ear. Oh. He does. He runs out of that courtroom. Let me see. So I know that there is an area at the courthouse where people who are in custody wait to go to court, whether that's for trial or preliminary or anything like that. But there is a actual jail down in downtown Fort Worth where they're actually held. I'm curious how things are going for him over there, because he's been transferred to Fort Worth. He was being held in Wise County. Now he's being held in Tarrant County. Oof. Only place that would be, the only other place that would be rougher than the Fort Worth County Jail, the Tarrant County Jail in Fort Worth, would be the Dallas County Jail, Lou Sterrett. That place is rough. All right. Well, that is all for this week. I appreciate all of you guys hanging with me and getting, being here to listen to the story of what happened to Athena, listen to what happened, what Athena had to endure, what she had to go through. I know that it's been very tough. It's been a lot of tough, very disturbing testimony, lies on lies from the defendant, and circumstances coming out that we didn't know ahead of time, like we weren't prepared for, which is the way it should be. But it's very difficult testimony to hear and learn about when it involves the murder of a 7-year-old child. And so I appreciate you guys being here. I might do a pop-up, Nicole Be Cool. I just have to figure out when is a good time to do it, because I have the Nuggie. Oh, you saw a post on X earlier. They will not be publishing the audio from the FedEx truck to the public. Will be court only. Who posted where where did the post come from on the X Twitters? Hannah, if you don't mind me asking, because I'm obviously I have to be able to vet that. I want to vet it. Amber says, say an extra prayer for our Artemis crew as they return tonight. Yes. Yep. Let me see if I can find it myself. All right. Well, I'll look into that, you guys. Maybe I'll do a pop-up this weekend. I don't know. I am too. I'm shocked they ended like that too. It's crazy. All right. You guys have a great rest of your weekend. If you haven't done so already, would you do me a favor, please, and give a thumbs up, thumbs down, whichever you feel like I deserve. Listen, if I wouldn't even be mad if you gave me a thumbs down due to the coughing into the mic. That is such a rookie move. It's amateur hour. All right. Y'all have a great weekend, and I'll probably see you at some point. All right. Thanks for being here, everybody. Have a great weekend, and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.